They cling to ancient misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat earth in its place. Here comes the smackdown.
Welcome everybody to the 21,000 subscriber special. Why 21 and why not 20,000? A nice multiple of 10. Well, because I do them on the Fibonacci numbers. So 21,000, the previous was 13,000. And I thought, what better way to start out this special than with reading a book that is definitely a favorite of certainly some of the people in here, specifically the favorite book of one King Crew. There it is. Look at that. King Crew, thanks for your support. MC Tune. It's Baby's book, Baby Loves Gravity, by Ruth Spiro, illustrated by Irene Chan. Look at that. Baby drops a noodle. Plop. Puppy gobbles it up. Why does a noodle fall? Because of gravity. Now, I understand this might be a little bit of a challenge, Flatties. Might be a little hard for you to get. Everything is made of matter. The amount of matter is called mass. Puppy, less mass. Baby, more mass. The earth, lots more mass. Mass makes two objects pull together. This pull is called gravity. Weak pull. Strong pull. The earth has a lot of mass, so it has a strong pull. When baby drops something, the earth pulls it down. Baby likes to test this. Puppy likes to help. Slurp. Gravity is everywhere. Moon, less mass. Earth, more mass. It makes the moon go around the earth and the earth go around the sun. The sun, lots more mass. Gravity is even at the park. Baby climbs up and gravity helps him down. Whee! Baby loves gravity. There you go. King Crew. King Crew, I love you so much that I still have your book from a previous celebration of a certain number of subscribers. He's been around, well, I think it was 10,000. Thank you. In fact, we have met in person since he won this book, and I forgot to bring it. So there we go. Well, tell you what, tomorrow, if anybody's interested, you can come see this book in person tomorrow at in St. Louis Park at the Dancing Ganesha Indian Restaurant, 6 p.m. If you're going to come, send me a message so I can call them to say how many approximately will be there. Everybody's invited to join for a meetup there. I know it's the middle of the week, but it's the week before, it's the week of the 4th of July. So if you're traveling to the Twin Cities for the fireworks, you'll be in town. And if not, you'll be out of town. So, yes, I don't know if how many people are going to be there. Last time I did a meetup last summer, there was about 6-7 people that were there. So, I don't want it huge. I'm not looking for that. So a few would be great. Let's see. We've got Dora Nku says, Let me be the first to send in a super chat for the next number in the sequence. Congrats. And Dora sent in a super chat for 33 euros, which is not the next number in the Fibonacci sequence. The next number in the sequence is 34. Not 33, but I see what you did there, Dora. Very nice. Icy Spin is a new member? New member at Einstein. Thank you for that, Icy Spin. And the Rabbit says, MC2, I decree the Earth is concave. FDFE, you are wrong. The Earth isn't flat. Please stop spewing that nonsense. Happy 21K. Conclave? That's good. Okay. Speaking of books, I got this book in the mail. I have 2 books on order, but I think this one is by a doctor, medical doctor. I thought I'd open it up here. It's a bit hard to open. Where's my knife? Come on, let's get it open. All right. It is by a doctor. Empire Antarctica by Gavin Francis. So there it is. I bought it used. I prefer used books. I love seeing somebody's writing in the margins. So we'll see. I don't see anything yet. So the contents of this book will make sense again specifically later, but there it is, Gavin Francis, Empire America. So yeah, that'll be good. I'm glad it came now. So the evidence hurts. As a super chat that says, if you don't believe the evidence, you'll fall for anything. You know, it's just so weird. So weird, the mind of a flurf that they will look at the worst, crappiest evidence and think, oh, that means flat. And then they'll look at some really solid evidence. It's been thoroughly analyzed. It has control for confounding variables. It's it's well done. There was a good budget behind it. And they're like, fake, nothing, useless, ignore. It really speaks to their psychology, doesn't it? Oh dear, Extra Jace says for the 21K special, let's see what's in the OG bag of ketchup chips. I won't be eating it. That is 4 years old. But I have it. Let's see. Oh. There it is. The ketchup chips bag that Punchy gave me in March of 2020. He came down to come to a Dragon Thrust is the ultimate frisbee team, one of the ultimate frisbee teams from Minneapolis area. Dragon Force concert. Oh, I can smell it. So ketchupy. Still ketchupy. All right. There's one. It feels like it's still crisp. I'll put it down by the microphone to crack it. Hold on. Make sure I can see. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. It's crisp. Oh my goodness. It feels like you could almost eat it. But seriously, this bag became 4 years old in March. Yep, March 2020. March 1st of 2020. That's the best if sold by date. I received this later than March 1st of 2020. Oh, Extra J says Quantum Degreaser finished all his chips. He needs to order more. Billy J36 says new thread going around Flurf X, a log in a pool with a spirit level on top showing water is flat. Can't argue with that. Oh, jeez. It's who was it? I asked the guy that's a shaman, the shaman that lives in Mexico, in a debate. The guy that talked about how planes go, and he's like, they go like this, right? That was his deal. He had on the wall behind him a photograph of a wave, a giant wave. Oh, did I freeze? Did I freeze? Hold on a second. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, that happened. All right, I hope I'm back. It froze. I saw it freeze on my screen. And it happened earlier today with OBS when it was just sitting there. So, anyway, so I just relaunched OBS. I don't know why. So this is a new version of OBS, new operating system, new copy of Loopback. I got a whole bunch of new new stuff. We got mod abuse alert, says David. What happened? What happened? What mod abused? Okay. So, but Dr. Nimrod says, PJ CNET, you aren't welcome anywhere. I told you to go to bed, yet here you are. What can I do to make you not take the fun away from this stream? PJ, are you taking the fun away? Don't take the fun away. What did PJ do? What did PJ do? I gotta see. He says chew the goo. It's an old thing. He's been around a while, obviously. Dr. Nimrod tells him to go away. Well, I mean, it's okay for him to be here if he's just saying that. I mean, chew the goo is gross, but that was because somebody sent me some Rocky Mountain oyster slices. Ugh. It's gooey. It's really gross. So, I don't know. Oh, here. Is this a new show for under fives? I don't know. Well, PJ Innocent says King Crew. All right. Well, try to get along, people. I don't want to have to parent anybody, please. The goo, yeah, the goo is Rocky Mountain oysters, and I discovered that it's chewy, like jujubes. Like, oh, so gross. It was so bad. I did not enjoy them at all. Okay. I did not do a ton of prep for this, I have to say. But I have a couple things that were on X. So, oh no. I was talking about the guy that was the shaman. The Flat Earth shaman. I forget his name. Maybe somebody can help me remember his name. But he had the picture on the wall behind him of the wave. And he's like, water's flat, with a non-flat water behind him. But I asked him, well, how do you know? What's your evidence? And he would hold up just a little mini level, right? I think, do I have one? I don't have one kicking around here anymore. Just a little plastic spirit level. And I'm like, okay, well, but what's the evidence? And he just hold it up and he like looked through one of the holes in it. I'm like, well, but that's not evidence. He's like, well, this proves it's flat. Like, but how? It just does. Like, well, how would it act differently if the Earth were a sphere? And he could not answer. And that tells you everything you need to know about how smart a flat earther is. If you cannot answer how something would work differently on a globe versus a flat Earth, you have zero comprehension of the topic, right? It's like you're at an amusement park, and there's a sign that says you have to be this tall to ride, right? You have to be this smart to participate in a conversation, and flat earthers are never that smart. So, Dr. Nimrod says PJC likes to play innocent, but he is never innocent. Why no? He's one of our resident nutters, right? That's why we keep him around for that purpose. So, anyway, that guy, the shaman, the Flat Ferdinand. Thank you, Smash Buttons. Flat Ferdinand had no clue how a spirit level would function differently on a globe versus flat Earth, and that's a typical problem for flatties. They don't even know what that means. Like, a spirit level proves it. Like, what does that mean? How? Because it's flat. But how does it prove it's flat? Because it's a spirit level. Well, but how's it? So a spirit level establishes a level plane at a certain point on the surface of the Earth. On the surface of a sphere, that plane is not the same plane as other places on the surface of that sphere. If the Earth is flat, then that plane would be parallel to all the other planes. And that is something that's measurable. It's not that difficult to measure if you have a little bit of a couple instruments. Well, there we go. Look at that. I've got an opportunity here. So here's flat Earth right here. I used a ruler to make it so we know it's flat. So you take and you set up a theodolite here, right? And theodolite has different colors. Theodolite has a plumb bob that drops down, sits above a benchmark, but internally it's leveled internally, so it knows which way is up based on which way is vertical, right? Because you've got, this is 0, this is zenith. Oh, don't need a bottom on that. Okay, there's your zenith. And then you do the same thing over here. And you got the same zenith there. So zenith is 0 degrees. Right? So then what you do is you measure. They often have a target on the front there, so I'll just put a little line there. And so you measure this angle here. And this angle, if it's exactly horizontal, will give you 90 degrees right here. But you measure that. Let's say that it's one's on a hill and one's not. Maybe not. Let's not do that. This diagram doesn't lend itself to that. So let's say you're on the salt flats. That's what you'd get. You'd get 90 here, you'd get 90 here. You sum them together. We need our units. There you go. 180 degrees. That would be what you'd expect for flat. So there's no spirit level in here. Well, there are spirit levels that are used to level the instrument, but the spirit level can't reach across here. Spirit levels aren't long enough. So if you had, say, a 20-meter long spirit level, it would flex. It would flex more than the surface of the Earth curves. So you couldn't even use it to measure that amount of distance there. It's no good for that purpose. Material science doesn't have a way to make things not flex that much. So then let's go to page 2, and we're gonna use a level again, right? In the instrument to level the instrument. But here we're on a curve. You got this. It's highly exaggerated. The amount of curve that you get in around 1,000 feet is about 1 arc second. So it's not a lot. And so if I drew it to scale, it would not look any different than the other diagram. But there you go. So then you do the same thing. You measure that. I hope I didn't. Oh, no. There it is. Okay. Now, it's also not a good idea to have your line of sight skim the surface of the Earth. But the diagram does that. Too bad. And you measure this angle. You measure this angle. And you say, oh, well, this is 91.3 degrees. This is 90.8. I'm just making up numbers here. All right, so you got 91 degrees, 90.8 degrees. You add those together, you get, there we go, 92.1 degrees. And that's how you know it's not flat if you sums to more than 180. This is I hope not that difficult to understand. It probably is beyond the comprehensions of most flat earthers, but I'll ask of those of you in the flat earthers in the chat. Do you understand this concept? I think I will actually put up a poll. So let's check here. The poll will be, there's going to be four answers. Oh, that's not it. That's a Q&A. There's a poll. All right. So there's 4. There's going to be yes, you understand globe. Yeah, no, you don't understand globe. Yes, you understand flat, and no, you don't understand flat. And so if you're not a flat earther, don't answer as if you're a flat earther, right? So, PJ, if you're a Poe, click on the globe version, okay? So these are reciprocal zenith angles. There we go. It's going to be, make sure you answer correctly. All right. So I don't know. Do flat earthers get this? I suspect they generally don't. Because if they did, then this would be something interesting to them. Oh, my goodness. I totally screwed up on the 182. Sorry. Okay. So there you go. So yeah, PJ, do you understand this? So RZA, this is a reciprocal zenith angle. That's what this is. This type of measurement. So the reason why you call it so zenith, this is this angle here. Right? Both sides. So it's a zenith angle, 91.3, 90.8, and reciprocal means that it's happening from both sides to each other. So you set up a tripod here, set up a tripod here, and either have a theodolite on both sides simultaneously, or you have a target that you put on the tripod here, and you have a theodolite here, and then you swap them. So, all right. I hope that makes sense. But tell you, if globers don't get it, I want to know. I want to know how I can explain it better, because it can be a little complicated. All right, 7% said no. Out of 71 votes, So we got one flat earther said yes and 4% said no. Interesting. All right. Man, 75. All right, get your votes in. I want to know. So if you are a Glober and you don't get that, you know, do you want to come on and explain to me? If you're a flat earther and you don't, do you want to come on and explain to me? And we'll talk about it. I'd love to know. What's this ODB? Is this a rapper? I know there's a rapper named ODB. Mark W says, I detect some poll trolling. Don't do that. Really? So, all right. We're sitting here with 2% flat earthers say yes and 3% flat earthers say no out of 88 votes. So, What do you think, people? Looks like there's about 5 flat earthers in here. You didn't see what RZA was, so can I write in the poll? Yeah, RZA, reciprocal zenith angle. I'll write it down here. That's this is RZA. This is what I explained. If you weren't here to see it, then it wouldn't matter. Yeah, ODB was a rapper in a group with a guy named RZA. I got it. Okay. I know ODB, and I know what that stands for. So why are the two angles different? Because in reality they would be different. Usually, unless they're at the same elevation, the same exact elevation. So okay. RZA in the rap group is RZA. Okay. So yeah, in reality, they typically would not be the same. So I made up numbers. This would be a good amount. This 2.1 degrees of excess there would be quite a large amount. And so that's this amount here that's over 180 is proportional to how far away they are. There you go. 2.1 degrees of excess. So, all right. Let's see. I'm waiting for 107 votes. Okay. Flat earthers, 5% yes, 3% no. Okay. Flat earthers. If you really are a flat earther and you don't get it, I'd love to talk to you. Just message me here and I will, you can come on. I just want to, I'm more curious about, knowing. And if you're a Glober and you don't understand it and you want to come on, send me a message. I'd love to talk about it. And no, we're not talking about excess deaths, real sickness. I know Conspiracy Cats did a video on that one. He replayed the guy saying that a ton. It was pretty good. iSolder74 says they love to pretend to be smart. They do. That's definitely one of their things. Also, they love to absolutely reject any testing of flat Earth. They also love to say that they're not flat earthers. So if you saw today, Will Duffy was on the on Beyond the Imaginary Curve. That would be the flat earther that goes by Dell. And he was quick to say that he's not a flat earther. He was quick to say that the earth is not flat, because there's topography, as if people are confused by topography. Also, he was blatantly lying because his very first video is, hold on. The name of his very first video is, hold on, The Only Flat Earth Proof You Need. That's the name of his first video. And he lies and says he's not a flat earther. When you can't be honest, right? It says a lot. You have to do some sort of a game like, oh, there's mountains. I can prove it's not flat. That nobody thinks that flat earthers think that topography doesn't exist. So both Bev and Dell are playing that game, right? When we and of course the other part of it is they don't want, the reason why is they don't want to be held to expectation of providing supporting evidence for their claim, which is just admission that they know there is no evidence for their claim. That's all it is. So when they do it, they've already lost. They're waving the white flag of defeat by saying they know there's no flat earth evidence. So Tim Davidson says, who's not here? You know, I don't even like his jokes. He's so cringe. Right, Tim? Let's talk about him when he's not here, Tim. Why is it that the only time he's not here is when you're here, Tim? I don't know. Anyway, we've got Cretan Bull says, Arzier, what about Ghostface, Method Man, Raekwon, ODB, and the others? I don't expect you to get this reference, Titicaca. The only one I knew was ODB, and that's because of his ridiculous name. I've heard Ghostface Method Man before, so, but I definitely have never heard any. I couldn't name a song for sure. So, iCider74 says, are they all pulling that crap now? No, it's just getting more popular. A lot of them on Discord won't do that. They won't declare their position because they know they don't have any evidence. And if you listen in to a flat earth Discord server when it's just flat earthers around, or when they have a nominal glober in there just kind of poking at them, they basically train each other how to not make claims. That's one of their things is, you know, if they don't make a claim, they don't have to support it. Right? But they say the earth is flat. Oh, no, we don't say that. They do. They say the earth is flat. And so there's consequences to that. Right? If that's the case, then navigation is affected by it. If that's the case, then the ability to see the sun is affected by it. If that's the case, then the angle to the sun is affected by it. All these things are affected by it. They're just waving the white flag of failure. All right. Basic info says some light reading. On RZA. Robert Fitzgerald Diggs, age 54. All right. Yep. I'll definitely be reading that. What do you think of Alex Stein joining TFE? No more excuses, Austin Jaron. The problem with Alex Stein is he is a dumpster fire all by himself. That's the problem with Alex Stein. He brings his own dumpster fire. So, I don't know. I'm not a fan of Alex Stein. He's not serious about anything. So, it's like Megatron saying he's not a Decepticon. Very true. So I had thought about okay. Well, somebody just sent me a message saying your drawing doesn't make sense to me. But it was he had just popped in. He hadn't seen it. So I had thought about popping into a Discord server, a Flat Earth Discord server. So let's see if there's any going on here. All right. We've got one. We've got one flatty. Only one flatty in that one. But maybe there can be a dog whistle for other flatties to come join in the medicinal mass media Come on, where'd it go? I need my Discord. That's not it. Where'd it go? Browser with YouTube live chat, Insat 1 upper camera, Zoom with live chat, browser with live. All right, well, that'll do. All right. Screen capture. All right. All right. If you're on that server, hop in ahead of time. I'm gonna go over there. Window capture. Making the sausage, people. Discord. All right. Don't need you to see that. Don't need you to see that. But we do need to see this. All right. It's looking good. Okay. There we go. All right. Popping in. Here is looking good. There's the Discord server. I'm going to pop in, see what they have to say.
That's what the picture's taken from. What's going on, Tune?
Hey.
Change your picture. Let me see.
2-inch.
I'm live, just so you know.
Oh, good. Your audience is much Mark Sargent.
You don't look like that.
Well, welcome to the Danny. God damn it.
Yeah, mute his ass. Jesus.
So, welcome back to the Medicinal Mass Media server, Mr. MC Tune. I hear you're having a meetup tomorrow.
I am, and you live in the area. I hope you can make it.
Yes, I'm planning on making it. Should be fun.
That'd be great. So it's
How big was your last meetup?
like 6 or 7.
Okay.
So I don't push it big. I don't want a huge crowd. And that restaurant couldn't handle a giant crowd, so yeah. I thought I'd pop by and say hi because I'm doing a 21,000 subscriber special on my live channel.
21,000 subscribers. Well, dang, you can spare some of them. Head over to at Demon Stride and Medicinal Mass Media and show me some love.
There you go.
What do you got? What do you got planned for your subscriber special here?
I thought
I
I thought I'd drop into this Discord server and say hi. I really planned ahead.
Have you guys had a buzz about this movie coming out? This Fly Me to the Moon movie?
I saw people talking about it a little bit.
You haven't seen the trailer?
I think I have. Yeah, I've seen one of the trailers at least.
It looks terrific. I'm really excited.
Good.
We're trying to mobilize Flat Earth meetups around going and badgering patrons.
That sounds like a dumb thing to do.
I'm doing Flat Earth Hollywood Friday, July 12th. And we're going to be at the theater here through MMM. We're going to be at the theater during the day and then go down to Hollywood at night. So you should drop by. Well, if there's a link needed, we'll send you one.
Drop by Hollywood. I don't think I'll be in town.
I meant on, through the medium of
the internet. Okay.
Yeah, link. Yeah. I don't know what kind of link I would have sent you that would have gotten you straight
Google
to Hollywood anyway.
a Google Maps link, of course, so I can use the global positioning system to drive on my globe-based map to get there.
When are we playing? Tuesday night at 8:30. As soon as you're ready, or now, is our Scrabble tournament.
Oh no!
Yeah, I was just about to start Scrabble, and I was going to do it in VC2 so I don't disrupt anything happening up here.
Of course, I challenge all Globers to any intellectual, battle.
Yeah.
Think you're smarter than a flat earther?
Yeah, I'm starting to think that the whole flat Earth thing would have been dumped right away if you guys just had any good arguments. I think you would have taken care of us.
Oh, like the sunsets?
Wasn't good enough, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, or how about reciprocal zenith angles?
We don't understand what that means, so we shrug our shoulders.
I believe you. I just did a poll on my I just explained reciprocal zenith angles, and then I did a poll asking people if they understood it, and both globe and flat earth, so there's 4 possible answers. So this is interesting. 135 votes. Globe, yes. 82%. Globe, no. 11%. So 11% of globers did not understand reciprocal zenith angles. Or 11% of the total 135 votes. And then of the flat earthers, 4% did understand it and 2% did not. So that's like probably 1
Yeah, I
to
would have
3.
started easier. Like, can
Yeah.
you count to 6? You know, that would have like been somewhere I would
Well,
have started.
I have found that female flat earthers can count to 20 and male flat earthers can count to 21, but they have to drop their pants.
That is funny. It's not, wow. Wow.
Yeah, and flat
Actually,
earthers.
I'm so used to some pretty shitty sexist stuff going down, and that was kind of funny. I liked that.
That was
That
funny.
was really funny, yeah.
I mean, it's clean humor, so it's hard to recognize as being funny. So
Yeah.
it might have been hysterical. That might have been hysterical.
When you started, I was about to be like, "Oh shit, here we go," and then no, it was funny.
Oh yeah.
Well,
How about elevation? How about how elevation works on a globe? That could be a fun one.
yeah, that's well misunderstood. Flat earthers that talk about airplanes typically don't understand elevation. Like Flat Earth Dave is like, they'd have to dive in order to stay at the same height. No, they'd have to do nothing to stay at the same height.
I've been in more elevators than you have.
I don't
Hey,
know why.
June, have you ever asked them how a compass works on a flat Earth and why it points north? Have you heard the answers to that?
Oh, they tend to think that that only one end of a compass responds to a magnet. They think that there's maybe some hunk of metal in the north end, and that the south end has no or doesn't exist, maybe. And I tell flat earthers, I'm like, no, a compass needle is a magnet. It has 2 magnetic ends to it. Like, what? Yeah. Lindsay, the flat earther from New Zealand that was on Jaren's last week and is going to be on again this week, he said, not kidding, he said if you use a compass, if you look at a compass while you're flying on a plane from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, it will flip when you cross the equator. He really said that.
Oh,
And I've heard Whitsitt say that magnetic compasses don't even work in the southern hemisphere.
Yep. How incredibly ignorant. Sean Hibbler. Sean Hibbler in the movie that he made uttered the words to the effect of, "You've never seen a compass point south." Every compass points south. Seriously. There's 2 ends to the needle. He's like, I'm colorblind, right? But maybe Sean Hibbler is completely white blind. He can't see the color white. He can only see red. I don't. I've got a compass here, right? It's incredibly dumb.
Are you going to say the needles have fingernail polish on them, red and white?
I don't. Why?
Well, you're talking about red and white being red. And
Typical
white.
backpacker compasses are painted that way.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Oh, with fingernail polish?
Well, paint, enamel,
Oh, yeah.
same thing.
Yes.
Yeah, they're typically color coded.
Yeah.
But mandatory. You know, all my compasses on my instruments, that's just a bar of metal.
Yeah. Oh, I've got a cat coming at me.
from the north, dude.
Nice.
When yeah. Yeah. And I get it. People don't usually deal with arc minutes and arc seconds. Right?
I just want to exploit what ignorance we still can as flat earthers.
Let's see. Jesse, Path of
And that's
Light.
great.
Look at that. He
Hey,
says, "How you doing?" He's why don't you say it with your own without your own face hole? You just messaged.
Sure.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
so I just want to tell everybody I'm leaving down to go to VC2 to do the Scrabble. If anybody's interested later, that's where I'll be. Thank you.
Why you gotta go down there? Shit. Why are you guys afraid to play Scrabble?
I
Because
live every
arguments
day.
happen up here when there's a lot of people, and I don't want the Scrabble board to be a part of that. And you know what I'm saying? I don't want to have to kick people out because, fucking with Scrabble.
wanna
It's
challenge-
always a mess when there's a lot of people.
Challenge the Globers to come over and do something interesting.
Oh, I wish they would. That would be fun. I would do it up here. But when there's a lot of people and there's I'll just chill. It's cool. I'll see you guys a little bit.
Hey, Toon. Friday night. When are you gonna stop in for movie night?
I don't know. What do you do?
Well,
Mystery Science Theater 3000 style review of old school movies to new movies.
Oh, that sounds
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
I probably won't. I rarely watch movies, and if I do, I watch it with my wife.
But you
Our
don't
kids.
have to stop for all
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah. All right, I want to hear what Jesse had to say here.
Oh yeah. So some of us are doing an experiment or doing a project to measure the physical surface length of an arc minute of longitude, and I've done it at about 48 degrees north. Ruhip has done it at about 34 degrees south in Australia, and we think someone's going to do it at about 26 degrees south in Brazil.
Ooh.
So that's kind of fun because if we show lines of longitude to be converging, that's kind of a problem for flat Earth because, they have to be straight and evenly spaced, right?
Yes.
So I need help getting people aware of this topic because every time I try to talk to Witsit or Shane or any of them, they will not talk to me about it. So
Well, no,
we
they
need
don't.
their-
For some reason, flat earthers are loath to test their claims. They're like, I'll only accept measurements of the physical surface. Why are we talking about things in the sky? Okay, well, let's go do it. So what is the process that you're doing to measure this?
That we find a straight level street as best as we can. It's as close to an arc minute of a longitude as we can that runs straight east to west, and then we push this little trundle wheel along and measure the physical surface distance. And I do that, and then I also use my surveyor's total station to do a laser range finding shot over the distance.
Yeah. Okay. So the use the one with the large wheel, like the foot diameter wheel, or the little mini one? Probably the bigger one.
Mine was Ruhif and I both got ones with little wheels, but the ones with the big wheels would work too.
Okay. And then let's see, an arc minute is 1/60th of a degree. So at the equator, a degree of latitude is 1 nautical mile. So you're looking at you're looking 20 million subscriber. It's 21 million. You're looking at 1 nautical mile at the equator, right?
Right.
So
Exactly.
at 45 degrees north, it's a sine cosine relationship, right?
Right. 71% of that.
Yeah. So let's see. I got somebody handed me a cat just a little bit ago, and I got a little bit of orange cat fur kicking around here on me. So 69 degrees, 60 divided, right? So so at the equator,
It'd be
you're
1
looking
mile.
at 1.15 statute miles.
Yeah, 1 nautical mile.
And then at where I'm at 45 degrees north, so 0.81 miles long. I could do that. I don't know. You really need southern hemisphere though.
Yeah, we got Ruhif done it in Australia,
Okay.
and Bacon might do it in Brazil, and he's at about 26 degrees south. So
Okay.
that's really going to clinch it, because we can disagree all day with about the exact size of the Earth, but if it's one size at my latitude, gets bigger at the equator, and then gets smaller in Australia, that doesn't work. That doesn't work no how.
So, here's a thought. What might be the size, the length at 80 degrees south latitude?
1,085 feet. And I told Will Duffy about this, and he loves it. He said it's the best idea he's got so far. He sent my emails off to Dave McKeegan.
All right. There you go. That will be fantastic because it's not that long. So it's definitely possible to do it in the kind of area that they're trying to stay in.
Yeah. And in fact, it's the Union Glacier station that they're at. The buildings are spread out, and they almost span 1 arc minute of longitude. So
Wow.
It can almost be done complete. Let me get you a picture.
So Zerzu says, should this be something that should be done in the final experiment? Yep, that's exactly what we're talking about.
So
there
check
it
this
is.
out. That's the station where they're going to be, and that red line is 1 arc minute.
Awesome.
So now on a flat Earth, instead of being 1,000 feet, it'd be 16,000 feet. So if poor McKeegan walks that in 10 minutes, that's a little over a mile an hour. He can do that. But if he walks it in 10 minutes on a flat Earth, that's like 18 miles an hour. I don't think you could average 18 miles an hour for 10 minutes in snow.
Yep. And yeah, Ion is asking, what method are you using to determine what longitude you're at?
GPS, because that gives the same latitude or the same longitude and latitude that celestial navigation does, which is based off of the sun and the stars, which do move at a consistent rate. So we know that arc minutes of longitude do have to be evenly spaced. It's not ideal, but it's as good as we can get.
Yeah. Well, and of course, flat earthers can't do celestial navigation, so it's a little
But
bit.
they
of a
say
challenge.
it works.
Somehow
But they say it works.
Somehow it works, yet none can do it. Amazing how that happens.
Sin Cleanser told me today that he had done it, but upon being pressed for further details, he said actually he knew where he was. He was just getting the time from the stars, which I also doubt. But
yeah, super.
I also suggested that McKeegan take a light meter, photography light meter, and measure the intensity of the sunlight. So if the flat earthers say, oh, it was just a movie projection light, Dave can calculate exactly how many gigawatts or gigawatts of a movie light it would have taken to match the sun.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so they're going to do a solar filter of the sun.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I'll take some pictures of the sun. I have a solar filter and a P1000. And then we can compare to see if it's mirrored or if it's not mirrored.
Oh, good.
So, because you can see the sunspots.
Right.
But
right.
also from the northern hemisphere, then you'll see it looking upside down.
Yeah.
Compared to the way.
Which, to be honest, is sort of matches what you would expect on flat Earth, because you're on opposite sides of the sun. So, I that would be the case, but not if. But you can tell the difference between rotated and mirrored. They look different. So.
Yeah, just like the moon. The moon is rotated, it's upside down.
Yeah.
Compared to the two views. The sun, having the sunspots, will give it the same, orientation, identifiable as the moon. Yeah, it's just a fingerprint.
So somebody is saying, ask them to open up VC to everybody. Demon Stride there, because maybe it isn't to everybody.
And I'm not sure if they could do it, but a star trail from south, wherever that last country is that they fly from to go to Antarctica, a star trail from there would be cool.
Yep.
Star trails are tough in the day.
Yeah, they'd have to do it in Chile before they went south.
Which is pretty far south. I don't know how much of an actual dark night.
Well, hello, Mr. Toon.
Hi, Cole. Never mind that somebody was talking.
Because Whitsett would be there and Jaren, and they'd have to admit that it actually happened in front of their eyes.
Yeah.
Like
the star trails.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's no question. I mean, it's a straw grasp for them to deny that you can see the south celestial pole, right? It's constant due south all night long from dawn to dusk to dawn, right? And it never moves laterally. It would have to if the Earth were flat. So
yeah, if you just lock the camera, you lock the camera for the time lapse, and it never leaves the field of view. It just dims in the daylight.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Cole said hello. Hi, Cole.
Well, Cole's probably at work, so he just
all right.
talk when he can.
We got somebody in the YouTube chat here that says that Witsett's not going and that Jaren will probably back out. I don't know. I would love to see both of them go so that they can both be there and then say, "Yep, this doesn't match flat Earth." So,
yeah, I just said hello, Toon, just because I just got on here and I heard you on here, so just be friendly, just say hi.
Yeah.
I think Whitsett and Jaren would have completely polar opposite descriptions of what they saw or what's happening.
Yeah.
Me too. Jaren needs Whitsett to explain his new age Fandangle version.
Yep.
What's happening?
But Basic Info says this is a good point. Jaren is already getting ripped to shreds in his own chat because imagine this: Jaren has said he will follow evidence, and flat earthers are pissed as hell that he said he would follow evidence. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if we did that?
Well, we were wondering whether whoever they picked to go, whichever flat earther it is, if that was the end of them in flat Earth, they'd be ostracized.
Well, yeah, because certainly some flat earthers will give it up, right? And any flat earthers that have had the courage, and there's only few of them, that have had the courage to make a prediction and say, this is the flat earth prediction, this is the globe prediction, and if it goes one way or the other, I will accept it. I did a video a couple weeks ago, laying out a whole bunch of stuff I would do if the observations contradicted the globe.
Although Jaren said, when he went to the beach near the Torrey Pines, he goes, if we see San Clemente, it's flat. If we don't see San Clemente, it's a globe. They did not see San Clemente and blew it off.
Well, he saw it just the tip in infrared, right?
Well, yeah, but from the first observation, he was at the correct location and looking at the sunset, which was which is known to be the correct azimuth. Did not see it.
MC2, and I seriously think that the best flat earther to go to Antarctica with Will for the last experiment or whatever the final experiment is Jeranism, because he seems to be the most open-minded person to go.
Yeah.
Oh, he's the best candidate, in my opinion. Yeah.
Most definitely.
Yeah, since he has said that he will accept evidence.
Yeah, and I don't understand why he tried to get Will to make him say that he will send Whitsitt with him, when Whitsitt knew he was never going to go.
Well, Jaren only asked that another flat earther go, and Will said, well, Jaren was the runner-upper, so he should be, that there was Jaren and Whitsitt were the two in the voting, were the two top flat earthers.
Yeah.
Oh, is that why? Okay, well, okay, I missed that part. I'm terribly sorry.
Will had done a poll on his YouTube with only 4, because that's all you can do. With only 4 flat earthers, it was Dearth, Jaren, Whitsitt, and Dubé. And Dearth won the poll in the first phase, and then he promptly refused because he's got to protect his grift.
And Whitsitt said he was going anyway this year at the end of the year.
Yeah. Now I haven't heard. Maybe there's an update, but I haven't heard Whitsitt has given a positive or negative answer yet.
I did hear that he gave a very positive negative to that one to Will. I have heard that in that interview with Whitsitt. But don't hold me to account on that.
Yeah. See, when he was on with Professor Dave. On the quartering, he said yes, he's going to Antarctica, right?
And
but it
wasn't
to Will.
And then in a subsequent interview, he then went and gave him a negative.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
Is his wife pregnant or something?
Well, he obviously he probably was aware of his wife being pregnant, since as of last weekend she was due in 2 weeks. And so she's due in about a week right now. So
well, congratulations to Whitsitt on having a new child, and I would not say that any father should ever leave their new child alone to go on to an expedition of any sorts. But why would he go and try to scrounge a ticket from anybody else? If I knew that my wife was pregnant for so many months, I would not have said, well, why don't you give me a ticket instead? Oh, wait, no, I can't go. My wife is pregnant.
Yeah.
Well, and it'll be
Duffy, a big lot of work that you've been doing.
And the infant will be a couple of months old, and it's only like a 10-day trip.
Yeah.
Since the
yeah,
when I talked to Duffy,
but
with
hold on.
no.
Yeah, Sean.
Yeah, but he sorry, I'll sit up.
Go ahead, Sean.
He dropped, but he'll be back.
Oh,
okay.
Well, even at the young age of an infant, leaving an infant with your wife at that stage when you already have an older child is probably not the coolest thing to do as a father nowadays. Maybe 100 years ago, yes, but not nowadays.
Well, so I can understand that.
I understand Richard. Yeah.
I can understand that, but if the calendar lines up, I think that he said that he was planning to go within the window of we know she's pregnant. It would be good to get a better time frame on that.
Well, let's just say on this one, I will give Whitsitt a pass.
But
I don't usually want to give Whitsitt a pass, but this one I will give him a pass.
Here's a little bit of a conundrum for him. If this turns out as he has deep, completely convinced himself faith that it will go in favor of Flat Earth, this will be him standing at the front of the new scientific revolution. Whoever is the the people that go to Antarctica to represent the flat Earth claim, they will be the ones that lead the way into the new enlightenment.
As I have said to when I've been talking to Zerzeus on his channel about this, if there is more than one flat earther who goes down in there and proves that the Earth is flat, there will be new Nobel Prizes handed out tomorrow for their revolutions in science. And who wants to write that paper and win that amount of money? And that amount of money will go out to 3 different people, because the Nobel Prize goes out to 3 people, or can be maximum 3 people anyway. And that Nobel Prize will be shared to those 3 people who change science drastically.
Yeah.
And I am so rooting for flat earthers to change science this much. Because I really want them to do it, because science, if flat earthers are correct, they will change science so drastically. It will be more drastic than Newton. It will be more drastic than Albert Einstein. It will be more drastic than all the other scientists ever combined who've done anything with the universe before. And it will be just like, yeah, there you go. Fantastic. And I will change, and I will stop being a globe earther the day after they can prove that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
That is how sure I am in science and stuff and proof.
Did you see any of Effie Banjo and his live stream he did? He claimed that literally he is criminally insane. He put a slide up that said one of the possibilities he thought was that Austin and Jaren went, that Austin would make Jaren become not alive, and then Austin would come back with all sorts of deals, movie deals, book deals, interview deals, because I don't exactly know the rest of. I didn't look at enough of it of the video, but this was just on a slide. So why is Austin going to do that to Jaren? Maybe because they would be threatened and then would have to be the
amount of moving of goalposts would be just tremendous.
Yeah, and so then Austin, to be truthful, because then Jaren would not be truthful in Effie Banjo's world, Austin would off Jaren so that Austin can come back and tell the real truth.
Now, what I have understood from Jaren was that he wanted Austin to go so that the Globers wouldn't off Jaren.
That
being
is
on his own.
Yeah, Jaren, and I'll give Jaren this, being the only flat earther on an expedition like this, big deal. I can certainly see how he would want to be not the only one. But if Alex Stein does go, well, he's covered then.
Yeah, but still, if it's just Will, Jaren, and Dave McKeegan, and it doesn't really matter how many Globers really go, why would the Globers want to off the flat earther? Like, why would they? Because
if there was a conspiracy, that would be the worst way to do anything.
Exactly.
There seems to be this like attitude that they're going to be the only 3 people there, or the only 4 people there, instead of it's a scheduled tourist trip, which is going to have 40, 50 people, supply people, or, all kinds of people around there. So they're not out there like in the middle of the desert dropped off. They're on a tourism junket.
Well, yeah, there's that too. I mean, but everybody who goes down to the Antarctic, they're going to experience the same thing as has been experienced by everybody who's gone down to the Antarctic from the very first person who ever went down to the Antarctic.
Absolutely, this is completely unnecessary. This is just one more camera.
Why would the people who believe that the Earth is a ball want to kill somebody who believes the Earth is a flat?
On a trip like that, yeah. Like how would that not be a very bad move.
It would make all globers look really, really bad. Now, flurfers, now people who believe that the Earth is flat might they give out an awful lot of horrible threats to people who say that, well, the Earth is a globe, and they are really vile sometimes. Now, not all flat earthers are vile. I'm not saying that. I'm saying some of them give out some really bad threats to people who challenge their beliefs. And they would be the ones who would go and do this. But Jeranism doesn't do that anymore.
Yeah.
And he hasn't done that for a very long time. And if he has to change his beliefs, he doesn't have that much to lose changing his beliefs, because he's gone into debates and he's gone into everything else, right? So he doesn't have to prove himself anymore. His debate channel is really, really good because he's a really fantastic moderator from what I've seen.
He is the best moderator in this community.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I'm saying. He's a really good moderator, so he can lose his flat Earth beliefs and still be a fantastic moderator. Yeah. So he has the least amount to lose about changing his beliefs. Whereas what do the other flat earthers have to lose?
Yeah, if it's part of their income, that's gone. So Dearth, for example, he'd be broke. His app would be done. Yeah. His Flat Earth Friend Finder would be gone. Because certainly Flat Earthers won't stop existing, but they're not going to use the Flat Earth app by no longer a Flat Earther Dave.
And I don't want to say that flat earthers are not important in the world, because yes, skepticism is a really, really good thing for everybody. You have to be skeptical about everything. But we've known that the Earth is not flat for a very long time, no matter how skeptical you are. And this is the final experiment to prove that, well, no, Earth is definitely, it's going to be one thing or it's going to be the other. And when they come back from Antarctica, it's going to be, it is or it isn't. And people are going to have to either move goalposts massively or change their beliefs totally.
Well, they've already said that. They've said, well, it'll be because of something we haven't thought of yet. So they will have to invent some new stuff, which is, again, unobserved, unproven, not observable. I mean, they're just going to add reality with more dirt.
Isn't that the whole point of science? Science doesn't believe it's right. Science wants to prove itself wrong all of the time. But yet it keeps proving itself correct. This is why they discovered the Higgs boson. This is why they discovered dark energy. This is why they discovered dark matter, because they knew that the universe had more stuff in it than it should have. And then they went, well, hang on. Let's think about it a little bit. What if there was something called dark energy to account for all the mass that isn't there?
Yeah, but we're talking about something.
Dark matter.
We're talking about something as tangible.
Yeah, but
we're talking about direct observation and direct measurement, not something that has to be indirectly measured.
I'm just expanding that mindset, is what I'm saying. I'm expanding that mindset. Science loves to prove itself wrong. This is why we do experiments all the time.
Well, yeah, they have the Terrence Howard mindset.
We have to prove everything wrong before we can prove it right. And if we can't prove it wrong, it has to be correct. And that's why Will Duffy wants to take people down to Antarctica to prove that if there's a 24-hour sun that circles the South Pole, then Earth has to be globular.
Well, what Duffy and this expedition will prove is that all the previous videos, all the previous expeditions, all the previous documentations are true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And all of the flat earthers. It'll show that all the flat earthers that said they were fake were liars. No surprise.
Yeah. It'll remove the lie factor.
And Tune, I'm sure you'll back me up on this. This is what science has been for an awfully long time since the Victorian era, since the late Victorian era. They have gone in to prove themselves wrong, and they keep proving themselves right. Time and time again.
This is not a trip of discovery. Nothing will be
No.
discovered. There'll be nothing new learned here,
Yeah.
except the flat Earth is standing there holding their hat.
Well, do you know what? I am holding my thumbs, as they do in Sweden. Now, I used to live in Sweden for an awfully long time, right? So I will say that to everybody here. And they don't cross their fingers there. They hold their thumbs, right? So I'm crossing my fingers and I'm holding my thumbs that the flat earthers can come back from this and say, Earth is flat. I am really, really backing the flat earthers on this, that they can come back and say the Earth is flat. I don't believe that they will. But I will back them to the highest degree that they can come back and prove that the Earth is flat. Because why shouldn't I? I mean, if I had the money, I would go out and bet on them.
They are going to come back, some of them, with it's still flat, and we just need to work out how. But I do think it's going to make it harder for new people to fall into flat Earth.
That's the
Now you've
key.
got some solid things that flat Earth have admitted to and have to incorporate in their model now, and it just makes their model more obscure.
Good evening, people.
Hey, Brenda.
Hey, Brenda. MC Toon, as we all know, all the flat earthers, all of their science is always based on the flat Earth model, and they skew all the results to fit their model of the flat Earth. This is one thing I've learned over the long years. Yeah, this is one thing I've learned over many years of watching yourself, MC Toon, and all the other people who I watch as well. They all love to fit Globe Earth into being flat Earth results, like Bob Nodell. Thanks, Bob, and may he rest in peace forever. And may he be spinning in his grave at 15 degrees per hour for the rest of his eternity.
The rest of eternity.
And Jeranism and his interesting results, and this is why I really believe in Jeren going down to South Pole.
Is it confirmed? Is it confirmed that Jaren will go?
I hope so. He hasn't signed contracts yet, as far as I'm aware.
I don't think it's confirmed. He said he wanted another. He said Will said, well, Whitsit's on the top of the list. But apparently Whitsit is thinking he might not go because he just discovered that his wife is 2 weeks from giving birth.
Yeah, because, shocking that a woman is pregnant for 9 months and then you just realize, oh, she's 2 weeks from giving birth. Yeah.
The thing is, it's like 5 months or 4 months from is how old the baby will be. So it's not an unheard of thing to go on a week or so long trip within that amount of time after a baby's born. That's not ridiculous.
I think Jaren is most scared of how to move the goalposts, how he should move the goalposts properly for the flat Earth.
He's been focusing mostly on NASA and moon landings and other conspiracies, and somewhat less on flat Earth, as far as I can tell.
Now, I don't watch an awful lot of Jeranism, but one of the recent things I've seen by another channel who did a video of him, he basically had a fight with his chat and stuff and said, well, if I want to change my mind, I can change my mind. And it's one of the reasons why... they didn't like that, but I think Jaren really has to be one of the top flat earthers out there, and I'm going to say flurfs because it's just easier to say, because flat earth and flurf flurf is easier to say than flat earther, but he's one of the flurfs that is, and I don't mean flurf as a derogatory term, it's just easier to say, he's one of the flurfs that is more open-minded than the rest of them.
Yeah.
He might actually change his mind.
Well, he needs to see a way out for himself to do that.
And that's why he wants to bring another flurf with him who is so close-minded. like
Yeah.
Dearth or Witsit.
Witsit, yeah.
It has to be
And-
Witsit. Dearth isn't going to go.
Yeah, but Dearth. Well, we all know Dearth wasn't going to go, but Jeranism needs somebody like Flurf, like Dearth or Witsit, to go with him. And I don't know another person who could go with him who would be so close-minded as to let's protect our grift.
Yeah, Jaron has said many times he doesn't want to be the guy to go. He will, he's acquiescing to go because no one else will, but he's really hoping somebody else would go because he doesn't want to be the bearer of bad news.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be the bearer of bad news, and he's also said that he doesn't want to be the guy that's going to be unalived down there by the Globers. I did hear that from his mouth. And
as someone said a second ago, you think they'd want to be the bearer of absolutely stunning news.
Yeah.
If he goes, he's going to be the bearer of stunning news, no matter what the results are going to be. Because he's going to prove or disprove flat Earth.
Yeah, he can come back to the flat earthers and say, "Look, I did the test. This was the result." And whatever the result is, truth seekers should say, "Good job, we're with you. Thank you."
Yep.
I'm a little bit worried about flat earthers being down there because it's very cold and it's very dangerous, and I'm worried that they won't have the sense to wear warm clothing.
No,
they have to.
Except fortunately, ALE has a pretty iron fist on not taking someone out there to die.
Yeah, the people who are taking them down there are definitely not going to leave dead people behind. They don't want to litter Antarctica. They are very, very adamant that they don't want to litter down there.
They might leave
and
the
worst litter
fingers or toes. Maybe a couple fingers or toes might get left behind.
You know what? They really don't want to litter anybody's dead parts down there at all. They don't want to leave anything down there. It's like the Antarctic. Let's go into the Antarctic Treaty, right? We have to talk about the Antarctic Treaty here. If you go to the Antarctic, it has to be you go there and you leave there as untouched as it was before you went there.
Yes, and Toon lives in Minnesota. Here in Minnesota, people can lose fingers and toes. So if that can happen here, it can happen there.
It can happen in Sweden, and I lived in Sweden for a long time.
Yeah, fortunately, ALE has been doing this for decades.
Yeah, they give a list.
They've got that whole logistics down.
They give a list of things that they need to bring. And Will has said he will purchase them for Jaren. So
Will even said that he will go above and beyond what ALE has said that was necessary for the costs of bringing Jaren down to Antarctic for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said 100% out of pocket cost. So he said the 31,000 ticket and whatever else is required, airfare, hotel, kit, medical, insurance. Yeah, he said if he put a cap on that of about $45K, which is not giving him 45,000, but by receipt reimbursing, and it's kind of a reasonable cap on that. And of course, that would extend to McKeegan and Witsit.
Yeah, well, that would extend to anybody going down there. Really, from McKeegan's, from Will Duffy's point of view, anybody going down there has to return there 100% whole with all of their fingers and all of their toes and all of their other bits on their body and their brains as well.
There's other bits that can be affected by the cold.
Yeah, okay, the physicality.
Yeah, but not your brain.
All right.
Yeah, the physicality of surviving there and coming back and doesn't help left, that's assumed.
Sorry, I didn't hear that last bit.
I don't know if Witsit's wife has told him how babies are made. Maybe he just doesn't know.
He might not know. You mean
he might
you mean
know.
that round thing in your tummy is a baby? A person's in there. How did that happen?
I think of Witsit like those cartoon fathers in the 50s cartoons. That's what I think of Witsit like.
Maybe Witsit just thought his wife was getting really fat. No, but not. That there is no man alive today who can be that stupid. Oh wait. Hang on.
Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
But will they adopt the caustic coffee cup?
Look,
that's a conundrum for them, isn't it?
Is there going to be a coffee cup down there? Well, let's just say I'm not going to be drinking from any coffee cups that Austin's going to give me anymore. That's for sure. Because I don't want to drink from a caustic fucking coffee cup. Not at all.
Just trying to evaluate what possible fantasy will they have to invent to say that, oh yeah, we saw the 24-hour sun, but it doesn't matter.
Well, there's a few things. There's a few things that they've said. Somebody found a patent from the 50s or 60s for a sun simulator, which of course is just a bright light with some reflectors on it. But because it's called sun simulator, they're so incredibly dumb that they think that means it's to fake the sun in the sky. Of course, that could not even remotely fool anybody. And again, you put a solar filter on your camera and the sunspots will give it away. The other thing is they say that it might reflect off the dome. That's absolutely a thing that others have claimed. Not Jaren or Witsit that I know of. But it's similar to the caustic coffee cup in that they think that there's like basically a big vertical wall that's super highly reflective. And somehow when you're looking north and the sun is north of you, you see the real sun. And when you're looking south, you see the reflected sun. And somehow you didn't notice when the real sun set and the reflected sun replaced it. How did you not notice that? Oops.
If there's a firmament at all, if there's a firmament at all, any kind of boundary, there actually should be a reflection from a sun that is inside of it.
Yeah, all the time you should see two copies of it.
Yeah, very, very true.
Many have said the sun's outside. Many have said the sun is outside.
I
would just like to say,
just on Earth at the same time. Sorry.
I would just quickly like to say one thing, because MC Toon has been getting quite a lot of chats in his live stream. If he'd like to mention any of those particular chats and address them in this Discord server, and see what answers we get. MC Toon, if you'd like to proceed with that.
I've got a couple here. We got Tim Davidson said this. This is funny. He says, "If I were God, those shall not cut footloose. Those shall resist the Olsen twins, and those shall add the book of Flava Flav to the Bible."
To the Bible. Yeah.
There you go.
Thou shalt not wear flip-flops with tube socks.
No kidding.
Is that before or after second opinions?
I don't know, but also thou shalt not wear Crocs in public.
No, definitely not.
Then Burnham says Duffy should have backups in case their plan is to wait until the last minute and bail so there's no flat Earth representation. Disassemble.
I will say Duffy has this because the company who are bringing them down to the Antarctic, and I've had people correct me on that pronunciation because I don't say that in Irish dialect. They will make them sign contracts before they go down there. And some of the flat earthers might say that, oh, I'm going, and then not sign the contracts. But when they don't sign the contracts, then Will Duffy won't have to worry about any costs or anything. But there is.
Yeah, I think that will be the deal buster, without a doubt, because it's going to be money's put up with a date certain to where refunds are no longer available, and if they get inside that past that 0 hour where the money's committed, yeah, he's going to want some protection on that. So he wants some sort of commitment contract, and that'll be the bridge too far that a Witsit will never ever even consider something.
They'd have to,
as far as
to do it right. You'd want to have them sign a contract saying if they back out, then they pay.
As far as I've found out through Xerxes Iquin, he has said that he has looked into that company, and they make people sign the contracts before they pay. And As soon
But-
as you sign that contract, you have to pay the money, and there's no backing out after
Yeah,
that.
but
The money's
Whitsitt
gone.
and Jaren aren't paying the money. Somebody else
No,
is.
no,
So
no.
it's
No,
no
but
skin
this
off
is
their
it.
back if they back out.
Hey,
No,
Toon.
but this is it. But this is what I was saying to Xerxes. I was saying, well, Will is going to have to make them to sign the contracts that they can't back out from whatever he agrees to, and will make them have to sign a contract that they have to commit to signing the contract with the company bringing them down there, and he's going to pay for them
But it's
as
pointed
soon
out
as they sign that contract. So
the contract will be
he
with Duffy.
So from what I've understood is, so from the little of what I've understood is that Will is going to make them sign the contracts, but will pay for the money. Will pay for their journey, but the people who are going to sign the contracts. And if they don't sign the contracts, Will's not going to pay.
Yeah, but all right,
And
say they sign the
that's
contract and then
their-
Will pays and then they back out. That's the challenge.
Well, then I hope Will
Can
have
I-
made them sign contracts with him before they've done that.
Yeah.
Can I
All
say
right,
something?
yeah,
And
Jesse.
I have said this to Xerxes. I really hope Will isn't going to get screwed out of any of this.
Duffy
And I
is
really hate it.
Duffy is an experienced businessman. He knows
Oh, yeah.
contract law. He knows how to
Yeah,
protect
exactly.
himself.
Can we hear from Jesse, please?
Oh, sorry. If I'm over talking anybody, please tell me not to stop.
That was me. Sorry.
That's all right.
Please tell me to stop. I overtalk people sometimes. Sorry, Jesse. Talk.
Thank you. Yeah. I actually I watched one of Duffy's interviews with Jaren when Jaren asked him that specific question. Actually, I don't remember who was interviewing him, but the interviewer asked Duffy the exact question: "Are you asking them to sign a contract?" And Duffy said, "Yes, I'm at there. They have to sign a contract that if they bail, they reimburse me for the full cost, basically."
Awesome.
And
Excellent.
that contract will be with Duffy, not with ALE.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, there's a contract somewhere with somebody between the person who's going and somebody else. And I never thought that Duffy would be ever fooling himself into losing money in
Yeah, he's
any
a
of
savvy
these people
business-
going.
Yeah, he's a savvy, successful businessman.
Yeah, exactly. And now he may be religious now, and he may be a pastor now, and that is not the point. He is a savvy businessman, and he knew what he was doing. He knows what he is doing.
Well,
Very,
on
very clearly.
Sovereign Souls live stream tonight, Dave was there talking about all the lawsuits that are against Will.
Oh,
And
DUI Dave is a fucking moron. Oh, Christ almighty.
It will get traction with that crowd for sure, because that is a very paranoid crowd. With Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind, and they're spreading a lot of. I don't know how serious those charges are. They're accusations at this point, as far as I know, but it could give could give other people reason to back out.
Yeah,
Haven't
it's
they been-
rare.
they-
It's rare for somebody to have a lot of business dealings and not have
I don't know
lawsuits,
those
of
things.
course. But it's not Duffy that is bringing them there. It's ALE that's bringing them there. Duffy is just providing the money.
Yeah.
That's true.
And Duffy has his contract signs with the money and the people who are going to go. And he's going to make them sign it at the last second. And if they back out at the last minute and Duffy has already paid, he has already made them sign the contract. And I doubt that Duffy hasn't made them sign contracts before that. I really have to say that Duffy has.
Yeah, there's a lot of details. Yeah, there's a lot of
curious,
details
Toon,
about-
was Duffy already did he already have this in the books when you went down and had, was it a flat earth debate at his church?
Yeah, he had told me before, because him and the other person that he'd been working with. So it was two of them that had been working on some ideas. The other one was going to be there too, and he wanted to be able to discuss it with us. And he thought he thought he couldn't keep it a secret while we were sitting there the whole weekend hanging out together. So he had told me a little bit before that, and so I knew. And then actually after the service, so I spoke at the church on Sunday morning, and then after that, one of the videos was coming out. It had been scheduled weeks in advance. And
okay.
Oh, hold on.
Okay, well,
just a second. Just a second. I'm not done. And so, and he's like, "Hey, that's coming out, after, like an hour after the service, and we should watch it. And there will be people there that don't know and would wonder why somebody else would want to watch it." So I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'll ask. Hey Duffy, Will, can you put it on?" So I did. So at the service, I'm like, "Hey, there's that video. Can we watch it?" He's like, "Sure." So I was just like, I'm like, it's coming out soon.
Was that the first time his congregation had heard about it?
No, because he had talked about back in December, he had done a couple things on it, but his congregation did not know that he was planning it. Like his family did, but his congregation did not.
I really think
they've been stalking Will Duffy and his church. They've got people from Colorado snooping around his church.
Yeah.
They're creepy people.
Yeah, it's just it's a little church building. It's been there since forever. He inherited the church when the previous pastor died, and he's like, "Well, I'm financially independent. I can do this and not have to take money from the church for it." So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I really admire Will Duffy for going into his to trying to find his religion and his religious beliefs as he has done. I can't say that I like religion at all because I'm Irish, and if anybody knows how the church has treated Ireland and its Irish people, you can understand why I don't like the religion at all. But I respect Will Duffy 100% for the fact that he has got his faith, and yet he still believes in scientific reasoning.
I don't know if that's true or not.
He does.
Yeah.
But he does. It's 100% true. You cannot deny it because he has said it himself.
I can.
No, Brenda,
he has said it himself.
He has said it. Yeah.
Himself.
He said he's a young Earth creationist. He fully believes in science, and for the aspects at which he is talking about when it comes to Antarctica, when it comes to the things that are talking about with the experiment, he fully agrees with science.
Yeah,
young Earth creationist.
That would not be true if you're a young Earth creationist.
Yeah.
Okay, then you should probably, instead of speaking up, Brenda, you should probably do some research because he is openly Doctor, stop talking. He has openly said he was a young Earth creationist. He's made it very clear. He's very open about it, and he has also talked about how he adheres to science when it applies to what he wants. When it applies to the topic he's interested in.
Not how it works.
Okay. Well, if you would like, but that's exactly what he said. Those were his words.
If it doesn't work like what you think it works, Brenda, why don't you go and interview Will Duffy? Because that's what he believes, and that's what he has said. He has said that he believes in this, and he also trusts in science.
Yeah, I know.
He has said this 100% equivalent.
Yeah.
What are you arguing with? Because that's what Lisa said.
And I will not debate religion, and I will not debate science.
I do all the time. I do that all the time.
No, but I'm not saying I will not debate religion and science as being something together, because they're not together. They just can't be together.
But what I've seen in the Duffy interviews,
Well, they
what
can
I've seen
be,
in the Duffy
sure.
interviews, it's been rapid. They ask him a whole lot of questions that are not related to the shape of the Earth, and he just bails. He goes, "I'm only dealing with the shape of the Earth."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will Duffy
Yeah,
has
so
this.
I have problems with that, but I'm not going to debate him on that because I care about the project that he's engaged in, right? And I have no interest in throwing monkey wrenches into that. I have plenty of people I can debate.
Yeah.
I have places I go where I can debate people about religion and philosophy and creationism, and I don't have to bring it into flat Earth. So I don't have a need to do that. I mean, but I can.
And that's fine, Brenda.
So I have a comment. I have a comment from a YouTube. From Albino Bad Guy says, why does there need to be a conflict between science and God? And I'll offer my answer. It's because people take religion and bring it out of the realm of spirituality and supernatural and try to use religion to say this is how reality must be.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. Yeah. I would actually agree with that. Yeah.
So I don't see a disagreement.
And I say, why does religion have to influence science? Because science doesn't have to be influenced by religion. But I will not ever disagree with anybody's religion. I will never disagree with anybody's
all the
religion.
time. I don't.
But
I do all the time
hate,
as a function of debates and stuff like that. But when it comes to just interacting with people in the world, I don't bring it up. I don't bring it up.
Personally, I disagree with.
You interrupted.
Oh, sorry. Is Sean trying to get in here?
You interrupted.
Go ahead, James Tribe.
No. It's. I was just gonna say, I personally, when Will Diffie makes a stance that he doesn't like that religious flat earthers are making religion look dumb, so we're going to use science to show them that they're wrong, but also his science tells him that the Earth is 6,000 years old, is a little, I don't know, ignorant or something.
What I was going to say is that I don't mix religion and science. Never will. I will never hold science to one person or religion to the other person. I understand both equally because I come from a very religious country, right? I'm Irish. You cannot get a more divided country than the Irish are with religion and science.
But there are places where religion and science
with all their
overlap.
tanks and their bombs.
There's conflict.
And I understand both.
Oh, Jesus.
And I understand that there are people who believe in both. And they hold both to equal levels. But science has to take priority in some level. Am I right, MC Toon?
Well, yeah, if a holy book contradicts reality, if a holy book contradicts reality, then that holy book has some issues.
Or your reading of it does.
Yes. Which is typically the case.
Oh, there's Matthew Learns. Matthew Learns. I like Matthew Learns.
Thanks. Nice to see you too.
But I will never ever say that anybody who is religious is wrong. I just hate religion personally because religion has always done me wrong. It's not because you have done me wrong. Nobody has done me wrong.
Two different religions can make competing claims. So a Buddhist might say there is no God, all is one, and a Muslim might say there is God, and so one of them must be wrong, right? If they're making competing claims, the law of non-contradiction.
I can't answer that one personally because I don't know enough about both of them to make that decision personally.
All right, I've got something from Aaron Reese who says the whole affair will do nothing to affect their opinions. It'll make a better psychological experiment into rationalization and dishonesty than one regarding the shape of the Earth. Well, that's a great observation there, Aaron. It's difficult. It's very difficult to expect a flat earther to escape flat Earth through reason and logic because that's not how they got there. But as we've said before, it will make it difficult for others to fall into it when all you need to say is, look, here's some flat earthers that went to Antarctica. You can go there. So if they say the treaty prevents you, they're lying. And they confirm that the sun does circles around your head. So if they say opposite, they're lying. And so that particular one, the sun doing circles around your head, there is no explanation for flat earth. So people that aren't into it yet will look at that and say, wait, that's dumb. I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is the value of the exercise.
But there are flat earthers that have an opinion of what would it be if the sun was going above them, though.
Okay, well, let me ask. Let me ask.
Duffy has pointed out on several occasions that the experiment isn't necessarily about the shape of the Earth. It's about the flat Earth reaction.
No, it's about flat Earth Christianity. It's about the religion.
It would falsify certain models. It would falsify certain models of flat Earth. It's not going to falsify those who steadfastly refuse to have any kind of commitments about the shape of the Earth.
But remember, those are the existing flat earthers. Those aren't the new.
And again, the experiment is kind of broad spectrum. Their whole reluctance of who wants to go and who will be chastised for going, and their whole reinventing and moving goalposts, that whole cascade of things.
But that's what the Globers are doing, Shubil. The polls, the people who should be going but aren't going, and what that means on this end and that end, and we're not even at the point where someone can go, that person actually backed out for no reason. And we're not even at that point yet. But on the Globe side, it literally is oh, we said he should go, he hasn't committed, therefore he must be the biggest liar ever. And I think that's just jumping too far ahead.
If you say you're interested in the truth, then yeah, that would be a lie.
It depends on why you're
Yeah.
rejecting to go too, right?
Exactly.
If you have a real conflict of some sort, I get that. If you have a baby, okay, 4 months old, a little iffy, but okay, fine. But if it's like, oh, I'm not going, like an instant, I'm not going for no good reason, when you've said that you were very interested in going before, well, that does give us a little peek.
I agree with that. But the problem is Whitsitt is a perfect example, right? Right now it's very iffy, and he would have a good reason for it to be iffy. But as an example, Brenda, we'll use that as ammunition for why Whitsitt is dishonest, when in reality, it's really not.
So I would not take that against Whitsitt. I don't think that's
no
right.
one should.
Because
no one should, but Brenda represents the correlation of Globers
putting words in
who
my
don't.
mouth.
Well, let's let Brenda say it.
You just said.
Let's let Brenda say it.
Okay.
Well, I think that if he backs out, I think for what reason it's going to matter, right? But if he backs out, I'm going to think that it's most likely because he wants to keep the grift going, right? And he's making up an excuse. And I think if he has a kid within the next 2 weeks, that's not enough. That's not enough because he can still go in December. I mean, a couple of weeks, it's going to be mid-July. He's going to have 6 months. So you can leave a 6-month kid with your wife.
You don't get to choose who has to move in their family. That's ridiculous.
Brenda, you could do that, but that's not for you to say he can is ridiculous.
I say something?
No, I don't think so.
I know you don't, but it is.
Yeah.
All right, Jesse.
I'm gonna take Whitsitt's side on this. No matter what, if he's got two little kids, I don't care what excuse he gives. If he wants to stay home with those little kids, it's hard on his wife being there by herself, taking care of two kids in diapers, at least one of them. So yeah, I'm not gonna fault him at all for staying this one out.
They need to move on from Whitsitt.
Agreed.
Yep.
So
I wanted to say to quickly that the video you put out the other day of Whitsitt and QE arguing was hilarious.
Oh, that was too much fun. All right, so I want to say I mentioned earlier that on the day I was at Will's church, we watched that video. Stringer News 1 was there. He's in the live chat on YouTube here. And he did not know that Will was behind it. And so he was in the group of people that was there when I said, hey, we should watch this video. And I'm like, I really wanted to tell him, but Will is like, no, we gotta wait. So apologies for not telling you. And then Veritas is in the chat, says, congrats on 21K, well deserved, and many more to come. Veritas, you are definitely a large part of the reason why I shot past 21,000. If you haven't seen that video, his 8-hour video, it's absolutely fantastic. I was in it a little bit. So yeah, thanks for being featured in there a lot, and it certainly did bring a lot of subscribers.
People make 8-hour. People watch 8-hour videos.
Oh my gosh, I'm probably gonna watch it again.
Yeah, they do.
What's the name of the video, McToon?
Yeah, it's an easy watch. It's because you don't have to watch it all at once, okay? But it's not just a bunch of clips like Jim's dinner party. It's a clip and then a comment and response and dissection over and over and over. And it's really, really well edited. It is easy to watch.
Well, we better have a link for it here.
Here it comes.
Yes.
All right.
Highly recommended. Especially by the flat earthers need to watch it.
They don't watch.
And it's not
they don't
too
watch
long.
our content. They don't watch any globe content. They really
Don't care.
You can
I'm well
you
aware
can
of that.
tell.
Yeah, we all know that.
You
I'm
can
just
tell
saying,
because they come in to debate me every week, and rarely do they know that the topics they bring up have been addressed over and over and over again. So it's Groundhog Day a lot of the time. It's like you could have been a little more bright by just doing some background research, but nope, not going to do that.
That video's actually popped up in my YouTube feed a couple times. I've skipped over it so far, but I was looking at checking it out.
Yeah,
it's quite long, but you can take it in pieces. It's arranged in chapters, so you can do it that way. But it is worth it because it gives you a good overview of a history, particularly for cations and anions. Those are very important points in the history of anions. When that came up again, I just died.
That was great. Okay, I got a couple more here. Let's see. We got X Penguin's a new member, and then Kango44 says the shape of the Earth is geometry question, nothing to do with religion or science stuff. And that's what's very strange. When I first started this, right, I'm like, well, let's go do some science stuff because I like science. And I start doing some videos, and then a bunch of religious people show up and start talking religion about some physical thing. That's dumb. Go measure it. Well, no, the Bible says. I don't care what the Bible says. Go measure it. Oh, but don't you trust God's word? Go measure it. Oh, look at that. Turns out that your idea of God's word is wrong. Somebody else's idea of God's word is right.
That's what I started saying before, and I understand the conflict. Isn't it amazing what God did?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why does there have to be a conflict? We got an old book that was, had to be looked at, and they explained it the best they could at that time, but things had changed since then. And isn't that amazing? Look what God did.
Yeah, it goes to the question of why is globe incompatible with God? Why was it a grand big universe with the solar system and all the motions and all the physics? Why is that not more befitting of a grand and powerful God instead of a pizza with a dome that looks like a terrarium?
Feelings.
My point exactly.
Feelings.
Well, they read the Bible and they read something else into it.
Yep.
But there's many interpretations of the Bible anyway.
Oh, but Sean Griffin's interpretation is the only right one. Just ask him; he'll tell you.
That was Sean Griffin the other day was epic. He backpedaled more than a speed skater. I mean, it was hilarious.
He did not like it when I said I was going to make a liar out of him.
I think a lot of religious people are flooding into Flat Earth because it's a place where they can talk religion.
Yeah, well, people feel out of control, and bringing this in gives them that feeling,
They can join a community of camaraderie.
Well, there's a lot of QAnoners too.
Oh yeah.
Well, do you know what? Joining a community is a sense of wonderment for everybody, and joining a community that can have a discussion openly as to whether Earth is a globe or not is a fantastic thing.
Well, it's kind of boring, to be honest, but I've learned a lot because it spurs me to learn things. They make claims and then I look it up, and I have to try to figure out the errors and thinking that they made, and so that helps me.
This is why it's wonderful. It's making claims that might be boring to you, but it might be wonderful to the other person. And
I'm
if
just saying it's getting a little tiring for me, is what I'm saying.
If it's going to challenge your beliefs, then that is a wonderful. If it's going to challenge that person's beliefs, it's a wonderful thing.
Ironically, if you look at how we evolved through evolution, it's tribalism.
Yes, and challenging human beliefs is how we have evolved to how we are now. We have managed to survive for millennia by challenging our own beliefs, to knowing that the world is only just this few square kilometers around where we live and catch animals and forage food, to farming animals, to sending our other humans off into foreign, quote, in quotes, foreign lands. And humans have evolved to survive in various different lands.
And we're creating the artificial minds that will take over and wipe us off the face of the earth. Yeah.
And we have managed to survive in
it's a joke.
cold lands, and we have managed to survive in hot lands, and we've managed to survive in varying different degrees of realities to what our ancestors believed in. And we've managed to build houses, and we've managed to have societies.
All right, Dr. Nimrod. We're good. We're good on that topic.
Oh, Mattoon.
Sorry, MC Toon. I'll shut up now.
I'll try to be there tomorrow. I'll message you. There's a bus that will get me reasonably close.
All right.
I just have a social worker coming to check on some things that day. But it's at 6, so I'll probably be able to make it.
Cool. Talking about dinner at Dancing Ganesha.
Ganesh. So if you want
St. Louis Park,
if you want to meet the fantastic Brenda Van Ossen and her acolytes like MC Toon, then you can meet me there.
Oh, can I just say, I accidentally joined a second voice chat in here who are doing Scrabble, and they said to invite everybody who might want to go over. With the other people in the voice chat.
All right.
Why not? Thank you, MC Toon. It's been lovely meeting you again.
Yes.
You're always a nice guy to meet. And everybody else on this server, it was wonderful to meet you. And Brenda, again, I think this is the first time I've ever actually talked to you in voice. And it was wonderful to meet you and have a discussion.
Obviously, yes, I nod regally in your direction.
Yes.
All right. I had to I said goodnight to my wife, also known as Stacy's mom, because she's got it going on. What do you say, Stringer News One? He's met her. Kango44 says it's the flurfs that red herring the simple measurement of the shape of the earth into religion and relatively for F's sake.
Did your wife bring you a milkshake?
They make me come to the yard.
Earl Grey hot.
That would be the replicator, also called Stacy.
The tune is it open bar or what are we doing tomorrow?
I don't know. There might be a bar there. I think there is. I'm sure they have alcohol.
Who's picking up the bill?
Oh no, I'm not. An open bar?
All right, everyone show up there. Tune's picking up the tab. It's gonna be a blast.
Oh dear, no. What do you order at Dancing Ganesha's? Asks Gowden's Raber. I will probably be ordering, definitely be ordering chicken makhani and probably paneer pakora. If that hopefully should give you an idea of what you can get there.
I'm assuming this place is in someplace in your town there, Toon?
Yep, it is in St. Louis Park, Minnesota. There was a flat earther that wanted to meet me at an Indian restaurant a couple weeks ago, and then he backed out. But we were going to meet in downtown Minneapolis at Dancing Ganesha, and I'm like, well, let's do it. But I don't like that one downtown as much. So I've been to this one in St. Louis Park once before, so we're going to go there.
I would love to meet up with you sometime. If you're ever in Las Vegas, let me know.
All right. Aaron Reese says, hold on. Do you want... Don't ever let your wife hear you call her the replicator. No. Stacy, my daughter, is the replicator. Right? And her name's not actually Stacy, but you get the joke. If you've heard the song... Daughter being Stacy, and Stacy's mom then would be my wife because she's got it going on. So there you go. There, Carnivore's putting up the menu. Very good. Kango44 says, I think the final experiment does too much to validate the flurfs. You don't need to spend all that money and go there to tell the shape of the earth. It makes it seem that's what is required. There's a couple things it does, though, for psychology, though. It shows if they have said for years things about Antarctica and said that they want to go and said, oh, but you can't. Well, going says you can. Seeing what you see reveals lots of information. And if they won't go, speaks volumes. If they scramble, which is what they're doing, it speaks volumes. If they won't be open to the results, it speaks volumes. Right?
You don't actually see the sun. You only see the photons of the sun.
Yeah, all sorts of excuses. I mean, I put my foot down. I said, I drew a line. I said, look, if the observation contradicts the globe, I will delete every single one of my videos. I will record a single video saying the earth is flat. And any of the 24 flat earthers that are on the list, you can send me a custom script. Anything. I will reread it and send you a copy of it. And I will give it to a lawyer so they can send it to you so I can't back out.
I did watch that video. I can confirm that.
Think about what flat earther has said even as much as, well, if it contradicts flat earth, I'm out. Not many. Some have. Shady is in the chat. Shady, where you at, man? Shady is in my YouTube chat. Gave that commitment. The boldest flat earther, Shady, said that, and it's on my website. I have a small collection of commitments that people have made about the flat Earth, the final experiment. All right, I'm going to grab it right now.
Hey, while you do that, real quick, when I first popped in when you started the stream, unfortunately I had to run to the store, so I missed out on the conversation. But you were talking about somebody who put a level and said that I'm holding a level, so the Earth is level.
Yeah.
I believe it was Mr. Sensible that did the not the experiment, but showed how there's that I don't know if it's a wave pool, I forgot what it's called. Hopefully somebody remembers it. That's I don't know how long it is, but it shows that. Go ahead.
It's a pool that they put hulls of ships in to test them.
Yeah.
Yes, I can't remember what it's called. I couldn't find the video.
Toe tank.
Toe tank. That's the word I was looking for. Man,
Yes,
I couldn't find the video.
You put your toes in it, then it's a toe tank.
But
there's plenty of documentation. There's plenty of documentation on the toe tanks in the construction and laying out the rail to make sure it's completely parallel to the surface of the water, and how much arc there is, and how much refraction they were dealing with their levels, and all the good meticulous, just as meticulous as anything about the LIGO tubes and the LIGO construction and the LIGO surveying, all that good stuff. Yeah, there's plenty of this force the line, build the wall examples out there, but they don't like them because of authorship. They have to do it themselves.
But like Toon said, you couldn't physically make a level long enough because there's no material that would stay straight and not flex. But that toe tank is essentially a long level.
Yeah, but they didn't use the straightness of of the straight edge to determine it. They used something else. They used, surveying techniques or other things like that to make it curved like that. So if you're going to make a force the line thing, like Dell said today to Will Duffy, then you can't use the rigidity of the material to determine straightness. You'd have to do surveying to determine the straightness. Well, they already reject surveying.
But they went along the entire length of it and measured from the water to the gantry or whatever it is that's across the top of it, to make sure the height from the water itself to the gantry is the exact height to be completely level. So you're taking that water and using it as your level bubble, like just in a carpenter's level.
Without hesitation, that rail, the top of that rail is concentric to the shape of the water. So it is this 1,400 meter long water level, and the rail is parallel to that, or concentric, because it is a 39, 60 mile arc.
So here's the question then. How, right, if the earth is flat, then water's flat. If the earth is curved, water's curved. So then how did if they're using water as the metric, how did you determine that there was a curve? Surveying techniques and variations of it.
Metrology.
Yeah,
metrology.
Things that they reject. Right?
Well, it's it's even simpler than that, because they're just measuring from the water to the rail.
Yeah, but
and
how?
How many people say you got to do what do you call it? An actual measurement. They want somebody to put a tape measure up and use that tape measure to measure everything. That's what they did.
Well, they had to construct the rail before they filled the tank. So they built the rail at the proper shape of level, and then filled the tank, and then checked the rail against the motionless body of water and made adjustments. And what the flat earthers carry on is that water is flat. So if you measure the height of the rail to the top of the water, you're showing how flat it is, as opposed to what a constant elevation is.
Right. I assume they built the rail more or less level with the water, but then they had to go back and do the actual measuring of it to check
Yes,
it.
but it goes back to the same problem, because if the Earth is flat, water's flat, or if Earth is curved, water's curved. So you use water as your metric to get that bar to the same amount, to sufficient precision above the water. Okay, so now how do you know if that bar is curved or straight? And the answer is using techniques that they already reject.
Just like when they say a theodolite is only good for a few hundred meters, but they'll use a sextant and observe stars and ocean horizon.
Well, they'll use a P1000 that's certified for exactly nothing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the art of geodetic measurement is such a mature science with purpose-built equipment, and they say,
Well, you just do what Nathan Oakley does, and just say that if you use a horizontal line, that means the Earth is flat. That's all.
Oh, that's a Bev.
Well,
no,
Nathan
Oakley.
Nathan Oakley has been saying if you use any horizontal line at all, that's level. Therefore, the Earth is level. You need you globers, you dumb globers, you need a flat line in order to measure elevation, right? So therefore, the Earth is flat.
Which has been brought forth a zillion times, and the stuff I bring forth isn't a cut and paste. I bring forth my own measurements. And then it's, you didn't Riley criterion angular compression size perspective it.
To quote someone I think everyone here knows, interesting.
Yep. Yeah. So I've been told that Earth Awakenings has some flatties in there.
I'm banned from there.
Oh, well, I might see if I can get a little heat from them there coming. But let me read this a couple things first. So Kango44 says, did you guys see Peter Markley's debate with Flatzoid? He did a fantastic debunk of the sunsets because of perspective debunk. It was great. Yeah, Peter did great. I'm partway through that. Peter also showed that this, and Peter and I had talked about it before. By biblical cosmology people don't have a belief in biblical cosmology. They have a different, unique belief about flat Earth, because biblical cosmology says that the Earth goes into portals at nighttime, and all same with the other ancient cultures. But
that was interesting.
The new breed of flat earthers, since Rowbottom, says that the sun is above the Earth and it never goes away, and that just somehow magically it, for no reason, is unseen. So
he really upset Flatzoid when he called him a robotomist.
Yes,
that really upset.
Yeah. Which is 100% his position. He completely agrees with Rowbottom about what the sun does at night.
Goes to sleep. Oh.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, I'm going to pop over to Earth Awakenings and see what kind of a welcoming party they have for me there.
If you can, ask them to unban me, but they probably won't. But
Brenda,
how'd you get banned?
You don't have to. You don't have to.
How'd you get banned?
Thanks, Mr. Stride. We'll hopefully see you tomorrow. I don't know if you're listening or handy, and so all right.
Have a good one.
Yeah. All right. Here is the Earth Awakening server. Oh, geez. It is a oops. All right. I didn't want to do that. Okay. So this is there's the stage and there's the live stream. Okay. So here we go. I'm going to just jump in. I will be quiet and see what they say. Oh, Roland already announced me.
Maybe for us, right? For you, I, for me, and others, like we came to that conclusion because we like snapped out of that indoctrination.
Oh, they snapped out of the
then it made
indoctrination.
sense. But if you're stuck in that paradigm,
you're
not going to come to that the same conclusion as us at this point. I don't know. Maybe I'm rambling. Am I making sense? I don't know.
No, you're not, Apocryphon. I'm muted in there. They can't hear me. Apocryphon is not making sense, but that's normal.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hear what you're saying.
Is McToon in the chat, by the way, Gio? I just want to let you know.
Hello.
Is McToon here? Wow, what's up, Michael?
Yo.
What's going on? Are you recording right now? I'm
I
on
am.
YouTube.
I'm live right now. Yeah, this is my 21,000 subscriber special.
I heard. I got the notification. Yeah.
I'm glad you're subscribed to me.
But I didn't tune in. I did. Pun intended. I didn't tune in.
Ah.
But what's going on over there? What's all your listeners going on over there? What are you guys saying over there? The world's around.
Well, yeah, it's a globe, of course, but I've been doing the rounds. I was over in Demon Stride server for a little bit, and then I was told that it's hopping here, so I thought I'd come by.
All right. Well, give us your best evidence. Let's talk about it.
Well, is this a flat Earth server?
I mean, generally, I guess so, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I would expect on a flat Earth server that the flat Earthers would be the ones that are itching to be the ones presenting flat Earth evidence, but that's weird. Is that not the case?
You don't like our evidence, if you will. Like, I mean, because you were like, oh, you're a Nathan Oakley guy. You think everything's measured on a XYZ, and you have to have a baseline. It's all flat. All the building constructions, everything about it is all flat. You don't agree with that. So why don't you agree with that? By the way, let's start there.
Why don't I agree with what?
That
I
measurements.
I definitely agree with measurements. I think reciprocal zenith angle measurements are fantastic.
Really?
Yeah.
So who's producing these things? Let's break it down. Who's producing zenith reciprocal angles? Who's doing that? Go ahead.
Quite a few people have. There's Jesse Kozlowski's done it. The main surveyor has done it. Baron Rutledge has done it.
Rufy's done it too.
Yeah.
So what are they doing exactly? Let's break it down. What are they doing exactly to come up with that? Go ahead.
So you set up two positions, and typically you have them at the same height. Though the height doesn't actually matter. So I'll take that back. The height doesn't matter in RZAs. So you have a target at one, and you have a theodolite at another. So say you're 1,000.
What's the distance?
Say you're 1,000 feet apart.
Okay. So with that being said, how about this? You are technically in the field. Okay. You're not supposed to take measurements greater than 300 feet because you're going to have inaccuracies. What do you feel about that?
Well, I'm going to need to see a citation for that.
Well, I don't know if I could provide us a citation, but experience personally.
Then I'll just dismiss it then.
That's fair. That's fine.
Right.
I get it.
If it's just feelings, I don't care much for feelings.
No. It's not feelings. It's what they tell you, to where you don't want to go typically beyond 250 to 300 feet because
for what type of measurement?
Using a theodolite. That's the subject.
No, not using a theodolite. Or there's different reasons and different things that you might use a theodolite for. So what particular activity are you talking about using a theodolite that you've been told?
Transferring a line, transferring a benchmark. Let's say that. Let's say we're going to transfer a benchmark.
All right.
That's fair.
When you transfer a benchmark, what specifically are you doing? The elevation?
You're correct. You're transferring the elevation.
Okay.
Yeah,
so you're doing a second or third order leveling.
Correct.
If you're using an auto level, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So and so for each station to station hop, you're doing the same distance on each one, right?
Correct.
So your foresight and backside are the same distance.
Exactly.
Right. And why is that?
Well, the whole point though is that you're establishing a horizontal. And
no, hold on. I'm asking. I asked you why is it that the foresight and backsight should be the same distance?
Because you're trying to create the horizontal. That's why.
That's not what the surveying books say. That's not what the surveying theory says.
No. Well. Technically, when you're doing a backside, you're making sure that you are accurate in your next transfer. So, like for instance, when you set up a theodolite, and I'm speaking from experience, and you shoot it, you take your mark, and then you shoot it. You're going to get a certain elevation to your mark, and you're trying to create where you're establishing it's from my position at a
Oh, did you cut out?
Yeah, I think he dropped out.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I got a phone call. I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh.
So when we sorry, I got a phone call. It cut me off. So when we establish that position.
Another phone call.
They got to talk to him right now.
I'm getting phone calls too much right now. It's just like
you're blowing up.
Tell them that someone's wrong on the internet and you really got to deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell them that people think the Earth's a globe still in 2024. It's in a state of emergency.
Is he all right, I think he's answering or something. Rolling. Someone called Apocryphon and said, dude, STFU.
So MC2 in this lifetime, and when I say in this lifetime, I'm talking like the next 10 to 20 years. Well, I mean, many of us may live longer than that, but I'm just saying within the next 10 to 20 years. If there are physical measurements of the surface, like not optical, but physical, something that is tangible that anyone could go and put their hands on, and even could be publicly accessible, that would invalidate any curvature to either standing water or to the Earth's surface, and it was tangible, what do you think that would do for this whole for all the discussions and the nature of
that would be solid evidence, and I would definitely look at that and follow it. The challenge that I have is I've heard this force the line thing for quite a while, and that's what it sounds like you're kind of hinting at, right?
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I'm not necessarily talking about force the line itself. I'm being a bit vague in general. I'm just talking about a physical measurement that's tangible, and anyone could go visit. Any scientist or anyone from around the world could actually.
Can you give a tangible example of what you're talking about then?
Well, yeah, and then that brings in. I mean, for years we've gone through many different ones. So there's many. That was like an octopus with many tentacles in terms of the different, components of that. Like one of them, for example, just to give you one of them that I've thought of would be to create essentially triangles. So you could start with a small triangle, made like physically, let's say 100 feet by 100 feet by 100 feet, like that small triangle, and you can measure that to all have straight lines and etc. And then you could measure parallel from those three sides of the triangle, perfectly parallel, tangibly measure the distance and make that parallel, and then keep making larger and larger triangles. So essentially it's like a combination. I guess it is sort of like a force the line. One name that came up for it years ago when we were talking about it was force. No, there was a different one that was called force the curve. But this one's like spherical excess that kind of does it in the sense where you've got physical triangles, and because this was an idea I came up with a few years ago. But so it would be physical triangles and then continue making parallel, triangles off of the original one that was straight lines and was, a planar triangle. Then you keep making planar triangles going out and out and out. And if the Earth was curving, then eventually you would start to see the effect of spherical excess. Like at some point, because that planar triangle is no longer going to fit on a sphere, then you're going to get the effect. And then you would be able to map it and then see the whole curvature, spectrum.
Yeah. Well, you're calling them planar triangles, and a spherical triangle has a distinct difference from a planar triangle in that the apexes, the vertices they're horizontal at the surface. So when they use a theodolite to do a measurement for spherical excess, they level the theodolite at that position, so they're not angling it down. So if you have a real physical triangle that's at 3 points above the surface of a sphere, they are planar if they aren't at each of the vertices horizontal. So you need to make sure that the vertex is also plumb.
Yeah, I hear you.
And of course but how big does that triangle need to be in order to have a significant enough of spherical excess that somebody could look at and then measure when you stand at a vertex and say, okay, well, here's one of the vertices, okay, and these others are some long distance away, but what am I looking at here? Say it's an equilateral triangle. Well, is it 62 degrees at each vertex? Well, that's got to be a really big triangle.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would think so. Like, if you started with like an equilateral, yeah, like where all the degrees, match up to 180. So basically, yeah, like a planar triangle, and you do, plumb, basically create that. And then since you're using that as the model that is a planar triangle, and then you're just extending it off of that, which of course does require, your margin of error, etc. But essentially what would end up happening is that for a while, because even on a globe, we know that you could still put a planar triangle for some distance, of course, like, so you could just do that, but eventually, as the curvature sets in, that the planar triangle is not really going to be able to fit as a planar triangle. And then you get that spherical triangle, like you mentioned, where the angle starts being more than 180. So if we had many of these, and I know it's a big project to consider doing this, but if we had many of these, then basically we would get 180-degree triangles for the first, who knows how many, depending on how many you did. And then eventually
we too.
Yeah, the precision. But eventually we would get to one that's more than 180, and then it would keep going up and up from there. The larger triangles would be more and more than 180, because then it would be shown that they're spherical triangles and not extended planar.
Yeah, so each of the sides would need to be on the order of 100 kilometers long to have it sum to 1 degree over.
Yep. Yeah, we've done some different different maths on it to see when you would start getting it, and the margin of error. So yeah, it's a lot of questions, but you just mentioned one of them. That's one of them. I mean, that's one that I came up with a few years ago. There's many others, but I mean, that one potentially would be tangible though, and it would kind of mix spherical excess with the tangibility factor.
All right, so let's see. Looks like in order to get 1 degree of excess, you need the sum of the sides to be 123 kilometers.
The sum of the sides, so yeah, dividing that by 3.
Yeah.
For the
So you're looking at that's a pretty large triangle just to get 1 degree. And of course, if you're standing there at one of the vertices, how are you going to even be certain with non-optical devices that you're getting a good measurement? And then how do you know that physical line of that triangle is straight enough horizontally, left to right? How is that confirmed?
Yeah.
Without using optical devices, how do you confirm the straightness of that line? You didn't. You have to use optical devices.
That would be part of it. Well, what about water, like building canals?
You're looking for the left to right straightness of it. How did you confirm that? Canals don't establish left to right straightness. Right?
Wait, you mean from one point of the triangle to another?
Yeah, the essential portion, one of the essential things of this type of a triangle is that each of the lines from vertex to vertex is straight. straighter than any deviation possible by the, dependent on scale. So if you have a 125 kilometer,
my bad, guys.
My
bad. I got a phone call. My bad.
All right. So you're looking at 42 kilometers per side if it's an equilateral triangle. Now, so how do you have a line, a physical line, that's 42 kilometers long that does not vary left to right by 1 degree over 42 kilometers? How did you confirm that? Through non-optical means, because the whole point of this is you're not using optical things. You've rejected optical tests. Optical measurements.
Well, I haven't really rejected anything. I never did personally. I never rejected anything optical. I just simply said, I just brought this up in terms of the tangible components of it. But yeah, I hear what you're saying with that. I was going to make a joke and say, just snap a line, 42 kilometers, just snap it out. No, but yeah, it's a big question. Well, there's other ideas of ways that this could be combined is what many of us have talked about it in terms of like combining this with other things, because like it gets into how to make a straight line, which is a much more complicated, more challenging question we've found out than one might think, to make a very, very long straight line that's tangible. So it plays into that, because if you're talking about a huge triangle, then, but again, remember the thing I had said, the starting with the triangle one, we started off a model. So we're not really just aiming the lines randomly. So the answer to your thing with this, if there's many physical triangles, is that we wouldn't have to worry about that. We would be going off of, the larger and larger triangles that are all, matched within a local enough physical distance to actually be, perfectly larger triangles, basically. So we'd be going off the last largest triangle for that. We wouldn't really have to make a new line to get it straight. It would already be off of the guardrail of the last one.
Yeah, that's a pretty big project, and the metrology necessary is pretty significant. So, yeah, big budget. Call up Tanner Stewart. I'm sure he won't pay for anything.
I did want to jump back to what I was talking about with you before I got the phone call. And I take the phone call. My bad.
Sure.
So what were we talking about?
Reciprocal zenith angles.
Okay. So how far away are the two spots? Go ahead.
1,000 feet would be an example for one. A good distance.
Oh yeah. Okay. So the reason why we don't shoot 1,000 feet is because we know that the error in that shot is going to be great. This is why you do them in small increments. Now, I know Globers say it's insignificant. Like you're going to have a curve in your belief, but you will not measure that. You cannot capture that because it's so insignificant that you won't have that, even though this is the way we do it. But go ahead. What are you gonna say?
So I had asked you before you got your call, what specific task were you looking at? And this is for, you said, is coming from a benchmark. So this is leveling. So this is second or third order leveling. Right, and so I just put into the chat there a section from Elementary Surveying and Introduction to Geomatics by Galani.
All right.
That's on page 110 of I think it's the 13th edition. The PDF is available online. I have a physical copy of it too. So that is what you're explaining is there. You're talking specifically about differential leveling. So reciprocal zenith angles are not differential leveling, so it's a different task. So the requirements that you're talking about that apply to differential leveling do not apply to reciprocal zenith angles.
Okay, so when you're saying that you have this angle that you're establishing from one theodolite to another, do you want to discount the fact that optically it drops in the horizon? It optically, not physically, obviously, but optically, that will drop to your view.
What drops?
Optically, the position of where you're shooting at that distance.
That's the exact thing that we're measuring. Yep.
Okay, so here's the point. The drop is an understandable thing in surveying locally, not talking about geodesic surveyors, because they obviously are going to adhere to the formula to make it a globe, and they're going to have a formula to be, oh, this is the curve, blah blah blah. But this is why I was literally in another server telling this one guy, dude, on the job site, there's so many times when this benchmark that we're trying to establish is not represented by the data point that we've been given in the drawings. And the reason why is because they included a curve that isn't there. So we have to make up for it accurately as we transverse that benchmark horizontally at 250 yards or 200 yards or even 100 yards, and we transferred it, and then it doesn't match up to the data point. Now, I get it that you guys are going to say, well, no, but it has to be a curve ball or whatever. But no, that's not the way you do it on the field.
Okay, so you went away from the topic of reciprocal zenith angles again.
The reason why I did, because when you are measuring something at a far, far distance, there is going to be an optical calculation here to where the thing way in the distance is lower prospectively. It's lower than its actual, position.
Why?
Optically, though, we do understand, though, it's still the same. We do understand it's still the same elevation, though.
But why?
What was that?
Why does it appear lower if it's at the same elevation?
Because that's how optics works. Like, think about.
Okay, I'm gonna need a citation for that. I can do the trigonometry to understand why streetlights appear to descend with increasing distance. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about two things at the same elevation. You are at the same elevation. So if you get yourself up, climb up on a ladder so that your head is at the same height as one of those streetlights, and if the streetlights are all at the same elevation, they will not drop. They will all be at the same elevation.
No, that's false. That's false.
All right, then I'm gonna need you to prove it then.
We can prove it on the job site. This is the whole point.
Okay,
you
post it.
You can introduce.
I'm not gonna just take your word for it. You're gonna post evidence, or it's just a religious claim.
No, that's right? Fine. You don't have to believe me, Michael. You don't have to believe me. That's fine. That's fair. I don't care if you believe it or not. I'm just telling you that optically, things as they go away from you, they are going to drop.
Why?
So, like when you set up a theodolite.
Why, if they're at the same elevation, why would that happen?
Hold on, APOC. Are you saying because of like light bending towards the denser medium? The denser medium is down towards the. Is that what you're going with?
Yes, and that's actually what surveyors account for. They actually literally.
Or sorry, there's apocryphon.
Go ahead.
When light bends down, it makes distant objects appear higher, not lower.
And that happens too. I agree. That happens too. There's things that make it go down, and there's things that make it go up. This is why they take more than one shot, because they then take a median of all those combined, and they say this is the elevation of that thing way in the distance, and they take a median. And then here's the point, though. When you actually transverse that fucking line, and you transfer it, that benchmark, and you get to that point, you realize you might be off. The reason why is because they took a median. And then that's why there's corrections on the job site. And then you have to get there's a change order, and you have to get the surveyor to come back out. What was that?
All right. So I'm glad we agree that light bending down causes distant objects to appear higher. So
and lower. No. It depends on the conditions.
What conditions will cause a distant object to appear lower?
Heat.
Heat isn't an answer.
I put it in the chat.
I'm telling you, heat. There's variables that make optically. Again, Michael, McToon. Optically, it's not that it is lower, because obviously, like, it doesn't change on the physical elevation, but optically, there are variables that can make something in the distance lower or higher.
Yeah. All right, and Torah for Yah put in the chat a what would cause that to happen. Now I'll read it out.
So the dense. The denser gradient can be on the bottom still. Did you notice that? How it says if the medium changes with altitude at a lower rate than normal, still meaning the denser medium's on the bottom.
If the
does light bend towards the denser medium? Yes or no?
Yes, it does bend toward the denser medium.
Okay, and when it bends toward the denser medium, does it loom the object every time?
Typically, it will raise things up because typically the denser air is closer to the ground.
Okay, so in this scenario here, Oxford Dictionary disagrees with you because it says sometimes when you have a denser medium on the bottom, but as you go up in altitude, it doesn't increase as quickly or decrease as quickly as normal. You get a sinking effect.
Could you show us the test that was done that backs that up? Because that was the person who wrote that did not do that test, and they don't say who did do that test. We've got a very bad chain of custody here.
Ooh, that's I'm sure he'll have that. And then that last line that you conveniently didn't highlight says or actually increases. And the actually increases portion, I totally agree. If the density increases with elevation, then sinking will definitely happen.
And you know what? This is why you don't take shots that are longer than 250 to 300 feet away.
When doing second or third order differential leveling. Yes, I get that, but there's no prohibition on that for doing other measurements.
So imagine this. Imagine this. A surveyor goes out and shoots a fucking long distance, okay? And he says, this is the elevation. I have my angle. This is the point. Boom. Datum point produced. Got it. And then when we are on the job site and we transfer that benchmark and it doesn't match up to his findings, it's because his medium that he took on the 7, 5, or 10 different shots that he took, it doesn't equate because he was looking at it through optically, and it either was higher or lower.
Yeah. So what you've described as a non-first, second, or third order leveling. So yeah, I wouldn't care about that one. So when you do first, second, third order leveling, then there's techniques that you're supposed to do, and things that you need to take into account. So you do it right, and you'll get a first order leveling, and that's going to be accurate to whatever the first order leveling precision talks about.
But the point here, though, McToon, is that when you're transferring it, and you come to a conclusion down the road, right, down the eyesight, and it's not what they originally said, it's because they had these variables that didn't give them an accurate measurement. But that's why you take them in small increments, because it's going to transfer that horizontal line accurately. And then all of a sudden, if you were to then go back to your original calculations and say, oh, wait, it's supposed to be this. But technically, we are finding it to not be that because we transferred it accordingly without these distractions or variables. Then this is why I'm telling you, this is maybe how you come to your conclusions of your zenith reciprocal angles. This is why there's a difference. This is why there's a discrepancy. That's all I'm saying, McToon. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is reality to a book. That's all I'm saying, bro. The reality definitely is different than the book that you're trying to recite. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at physical measurements. Is what I'm talking about. Not a book. Not a book. Actual measurements. Actual measurements in the field taken by surveyors that are being very precise and accurate.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if you were to use a theodolite out of its actual, what's the word I'm looking for? You're using it out of its
intended use
range.
Yes.
Out of its range.
Yes. You're using it beyond what it's actually supposed to be used as because of these variables that would make you see something optically lower.
Okay,
or
but apart from, there are very specific things that people do that have certified techniques that they're supposed to use. But reciprocal zenith angles are not one of those things. So like you said, differential leveling, yep, there's ways to do that that are predetermined. So, and then there's certifications that they get for different orders of leveling, depending on the techniques and the instruments that they use. But that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about leveling. We're talking about reciprocal zenith angles. So now you brought up a good point that refraction can cause things to appear higher or lower. And what condition, I asked, is it possible to cause something to appear lower? And that would be upward refraction. And what is the necessary condition in the air for upward refraction to happen? And
it could vary. It's either it could be a hot time or a cold time, because those are going to be the factors that you have to account for.
Yeah, you need two dimensions in order, not just one dimension. So you said hot and you've said cold. So it's not hot or cold. It's a variation in the temperature with vertical elevation. So, and of course, that then causes the variation in the index of refraction. So if you have dense air down low, which is the normal case, and less dense up high, then that will cause downward refraction, making distant objects appear higher. If you have the opposite, you have dense air up high and less dense down low, that can cause sinking, but there's a problem with that. And the problem is that it's a very unstable condition, because the dense air wants to go down and the less dense air wants to go up. So you get a whole bunch of mixing, and it's and you can see it because there's a bunch of optical effects that happen. And if you're near the ground, that happens. If you're away from the ground, that doesn't happen as much.
Here would be not take shots that are way beyond what they're actually telling you to actually take them at. And the reason why they say
you keep saying that reciprocal zenith angles don't have that type of restriction.
No, but they do, though, because you're taking 1,000.
I'm going to need a citation. I'm going to need you to show some surveying manual that says reciprocal zenith angles over a certain distance aren't allowed.
What you're not understanding, McToon, is that once you take this position of a benchmark and then transfer it laterally to the other benchmark, and then you transfer it again and transfer it again, and then you get to the 1,000 yards of what you shot it originally, you would be off because of these variables that gave you a wrong reading. So you want to say, well, we have reciprocal zenith angles and they gave it this position. But when you do it locally and you transfer it, you're going to realize, well, that isn't the fucking true position. In the job site, this is why we have to, so many times, we had to recall the surveyor company to come back in and reshoot it. And guess what they say? Oh, yeah, you're right. It was off. Okay. And then we build accordingly, because they can at least represent the fact that the person that took it originally, using the equipment incorrectly, has given us a false position, because it might have variables that fucking distorted it. And that's kind of the point, McToon.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we should see if we can somehow move things forward in some way. I mean, that was kind of the same. I mean, that's not really directly related to what he was saying about reciprocal zenith angles, to be fair. Like, now you're talking about like margin of error issues.
No. Well, the whole point about the reciprocal zenith angles is they're trying to say that if you put a theodolite on one side of the table and the theodolite on the other side of the table, they're going to have this drop from one another. But the fact is because they're so far away from each other, optically, it is going to drop, because that's the way it works optically. Go ahead.
Apocryphon, I just put a graph in the chat there of a couple hundred reciprocal zenith angle measurements, the longest one being almost 300 kilometers. And you'll see that it forms a line. So if you're claiming that refraction will cause things to appear higher and lower, hold on, don't just wait. This is a plot of all the different reciprocal zenith angles for a long distance here, a wide variation. So we're not seeing this sometimes higher, sometimes lower. We're seeing all the time that there's a consistent result from them, all the time. So what's causing the very consistent result?
Okay, if you're using equipment inaccurately to begin with,
this is not an inaccurate use of the equipment. This is done by surveyors. This is done by surveyors that are first order certified surveyors, which I don't believe you are, and they're using their instruments correctly. And there's no other surveyors going around saying, "What are you doing? This is the wrong way to do it." There's no other surveyors that have done this.
No. The second you go beyond 300 feet away from you, you're using it fucking inaccurately.
I need a citation for that.
Hey, can I respond to that?
I don't care about your opinion on it. It doesn't matter. All right, go ahead, Jesse. Let's hear.
Yeah, as the owner of 12 working theodolites and total stations, having been studying them and using them for 5 years now, I would just like to say that none of the manuals for any of mine list a maximum range, and I would also like to say that in surveying culture and practice, they have been being used for shots over 100 miles for the last 200 years. And they accurately measured the height of Mount Everest in 1968 or 1868, before anyone was recorded to have even summited it. And then they published what they measured, and later when we had GPSs and helicopters and stuff, it checked out that was the correct height. So it's just a lie to say, because I've harped on this many times before, it's just a lie to say that we're using these beyond their rated distance.
But you are, though. I respect.
I posted the manual to the Leica TS16 user manual. Go ahead and find in there where it says you're 300 feet.
No, look, we live in a world where they're telling you account for curvature. Matter of fact, there's equipment to where it has a button, literally a button where you can click on it, the total stations, and you can either include the globe algorithm to make it a curve, and then you could turn it off, and it will change the algorithm to where now it gives you a different arc seconds and arc minutes. That's understandable.
Here's a great idea. Grab one of those, Apocryphon. Go do the measurement with the globe calculations on and the globe calculations off.
McToon.
Hold on, why are you interrupting, dude? Go do that. Go do the comparison, and then see which one is accurate and which one's not. I'd love to see that.
You're not grasping what's being said, McToon. The point here.
Yeah, I get your claims.
Hold on. The point here is that on the field, okay, in reality, I get you have manuals, you have claims, you have people that say this or that or the other, but the reality, McToon, on the job site, okay, when we are then trying to verify the benchmark that we're transferring, when it doesn't add up to what they have told us it should be here, and it doesn't line up once we transferred it locally, no greater than 300 feet, this is my point, then it's no longer can you say, well, they were accurate, because we proved them inaccurate. That's my whole point, bro.
Well,
if you can't
I would love to see evidence supporting your claim, but lacking evidence, just why don't you just
that's fair.
Park it for now and get some evidence, and have it later.
Well, I don't have the change orders and the the surveyors that came back out and then reshot it. I don't have that. You're right. I don't have that. But I'm telling you, from the horse's mouth, you're hearing it. And you can disagree with me all you want because you have a bias that it has to be a globe. That's fine. I'm telling you right now,
Apocryphon, I have a bias that I require evidence. That's my bias.
That's fair. That's fine. It is what it is, bro. I'm telling you right now, the evidence is me. I'm the evidence. I'm telling you that we have had to literally call back the surveyors and say, "Hey, are you sure
you said
this
it
is the
before.
benchmark?"
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. You can believe it or not. Take it for a grain of salt. I don't care, bro. I'm telling you, this is why I stand on my position, because I've lived it. I've experienced it. That's the whole point.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, Apocryphon. I love talking to you. You're great.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, if you don't have something further at the moment, then in a way it's anecdotal, but it is your own experience, I suppose, as well. But I don't know that fully addresses the optical drop phenomenon, though, to be fair.
I do have a question, Apocryphon. That total station that Mike posted a link to the PDF of is specifically engineered and specified to measure a 3D position at 31,000 feet off of a single prism. So why would they do that if it's only good for 300 yards?
Okay. You know what's inside that total station built in is an algorithm that's going to give you the curvature of the Earth. That's the whole point. It's literally built into the tool, the instrument. So once you can
Did you get another call?
Yes, I got another call. Fuck. And he's probably gonna call me like 10 more times.
Well, go answer him. To note, we've got in the chat here on Discord, Nico is a surveyor. We've got Jesse, who has theodolites. 16 theodolites? Dude, we need to meet up. A dozen. Definitely. Okay. A baker's dozen, I said. Okay. Earlier was David Brock right now, David Brock, an instructor, a professor in surveying. I've got with me a couple books on surveying, and I posted the manual. None of this says that there's a limit, and the evidence says that, look, there's a consistent, very consistent reciprocal zenith angle quantity that follows a very small margin of error. That very small margin of error negates the idea that somehow there's a random looming and sinking variation going on.
Holy fuck, I got that phone call again. Okay. As I was saying.
Well, does anyone else want to respond, though, to this topic, to be fair? I mean, did anyone else want to respond to this or jump in?
I have a comment. I actually did try. I put one of my total stations in XYZ mode, which is the only mode where it actually corrects for Earth curve as an option. And I turned it on and turned it off, and it did affect the rectangular coordinate system vertical reading by the amount of Earth curve. And I would also like to note that
it's built in.
I would also like to note that my theodolites, which do not have a rangefinder,
you're right.
They strictly measure angles. They have no way to possibly know how far the target is in order to to add in Earth curve. They also show drop over distance.
That's where it's optical. Yes, no different than a street light. Wait, if you were to set up a theodolite on a street light, okay, let's say you have a row of street lights across a mile long of a flat horizontal street, okay, and you set your theodolite to like the third street light. By the seventh street light, you're gonna have to reposition your fucking theodolite because now it's dropping optically. And then when you get to the 17th street light, you're gonna have to lower it even more because it's dropping optically, not physically, optically. And this is what globers do not fucking understand.
Apocryphon. That's due to perspective. And like I said, if you start at the same elevation and all of the streetlights are at the same elevation, none of them will drop.
Nobody is taking elevations from the top of streetlights. Nobody is.
No,
so I get your argument, but
you brought up streetlights, and you called the effects of perspective optical. It's not optical; it's perspective. It's an arc-tangent relationship. It's an asymptote. We know how it works. There's no mystery to it.
Perspective is an optical thing. What the? Wait, what?
You're saying optical drop as if there's some optical effect happening, like something is causing the light to bend or something like that. No, it's just perspective. If you're below the street lights,
so you're negating refraction?
If you're below the street lights, then perspective will cause them to come down. If you're above the streetlights, then perspective will cause them to go up. If you're at the same elevation as the streetlights, they will remain at the same elevation. All this neglecting refraction, of course. So then if you bring refraction into it, distant objects will appear to go slightly up. So if you're sitting at the same elevation as a streetlight on a perfectly straight line, right? Let's hypothesize a flat line, and include then normal effects of refraction, then the distant streetlights will appear to be rising up a little bit because of that refraction.
Long road with no change of elevation. Okay, it's completely horizontally flat.
Yeah.
And then you set up at the yellow light. Now, when you take a shot to the thing way at the end of it, it's going to be optically lower. Even though we know it's horizontally flat.
Yeah. Nobody's disagreeing with you there. It's whether it's it's due to perspective. If you're below the streetlights, it's not due to some optical effect. And so that's just the thing I just want to be clear on, that it's not some optical thing. Now, if you're higher than the streetlights, what's going to happen?
It's going to drop.
They're going to come up. If you're above the streetlights, they're going to ramp up.
It depends on the conditions.
No, neglecting conditions. Just take straight perspective here. What's going to happen?
Using your argument,
do one step at a time. Let's do it one step at a time. Hold on, let's do it one step at a time. Let's control for confounding variables. Do it with no refraction, and then add in what the effects of refraction will do.
Then it'll be straight across. If there's no refraction, it'll be straight across.
If you're above it,
Because there's no refraction.
The image I just posted. Yeah, the image I just posted, which shows it's like a dock and water.
Yeah.
So I mean,
those
since
pumps are coming up. Yeah.
Yeah. So since you're above the dock, 6 feet or however tall this guy is, it's going to look like it's ramping up. Whereas the sky is above him, so it's going to look like it's ramping down.
Because that's how perspective works. Now,
what was the further point to this, though? Whether things drop in the distance if they're parallel above you? Yeah, they will appear to, from your first-person perspective.
Exactly. Now, there are conditions to where this dock can look lower than it actually is by perspective because of these variables that can make it do that.
Well, there's no variables in perspective, though. What variables in perspective are happening?
If there's refraction...
Okay, refraction isn't perspective. Hold on. Refraction is not perspective.
No.
Refraction is an optical effect. Happens to the light.
I agree.
You're swapping optical and non-optical here consistently.
You're missing the point, okay? Perspective is always optical. Always. It's always from your position. We learned this in grade school in art class. If you want to be on the sidewalk drawing buildings, they're going to have a certain perspective. If you want to be a bird in the sky, those buildings will have a certain perspective. And the way that works is that things originally, in reality, things are either going to go up or go down. But there's conditions that will throw that off optically. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. And what conditions will cause distant objects to appear lower?
The temperature.
No, what specific temperature conditions?
Sinking.
Remember, sinking isn't a temperature.
Sinking is due to temperature.
No, sinking is not a temperature.
Sinking is due to temperature. You don't listen.
Hold on real quick. APOC, you have had a lot of mic time. Rakia, if you want to jump in. Hold on, Rakia. Hold on. Yeah, MC Toon is live on his channel, Rakia, so you know as well, just so everyone in the chat knows that he's also streaming this on his channel. But I mean, Rakia is skilled in this area. So maybe, APOC, if you want to maybe let Rakia jump in.
Yeah, for sure. I'll mute myself. No worries. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, sinking is caused by the conditions of the atmosphere that you're looking through. It's just how we see over distance. Perspective would be basically in a vacuum. That never happens in the atmosphere. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad we agree. So sinking will be a condition where the conditions are less severe that cause looming. So you get the same type of light bending, but less severe, which causes sinking.
Yeah. Can you describe?
Usually the foreground is ramped up and the background is sinking, which it gives the appear of bottom-up obstruction.
Can you describe the conditions that cause sinking and the conditions that cause looming?
Yeah, it's the same conditions basically. It's just less severe.
I'm going to need a
So
citation.
the way light bends due to temperature, basically temperature, but other factors, pressure, and whatever else affects how we see over distance.
Yeah, and the pressure at the bottom 10 meters. The pressure at the bottom 10 meters doesn't vary much.
Bottom up obstruction.
Yeah, so you didn't answer me though. What's very specific temperature conditions will cause sinking? And same question for looming.
No, I mean I can't give you that. I don't think anybody can really give you that. If you can give,
it's super easy.
You keep cutting people off. I'm not going to allow it when I speak. So if you would allow me to continue to speak and finish, I'll go on mute after. Is that fair?
Sure. Such hypocrisy.
You guys are good. There was just a few little interruptions, but I mean, sometimes it sounds like there's a quick question asked, so it's all good. But yeah, I mean,
right. If we could give each other space, would be fair. I just want to in the beginning because if we're going to have a conversation, but I don't think anyone can really give me the conditions like there's going to be this pressure and this temperature. And if you go out and look 10 miles, you're going to see looming. And if you give me this temperature and this pressure over 10 miles, it's going to be sinking. I don't think anyone on this earth can do that. But both conditions actually occur. Whatever those conditions are, we see sinking and we see looming all the time.
All right. Well, it's actually pretty easy to describe the conditions that will cause sinking and the conditions that will cause looming. The conditions that will cause looming is a higher index of refraction near the ground and a lower index of refraction as you go up. And sinking is caused by the opposite, where you have the high index of refraction. So I wasn't done. You have the high.
Right.
Yeah, hold on, Rakia. We don't want to have to hold on, bro. We don't want to have to mute anyone. You should give him his full time as well. He gave it to you. So can you wait till he's finished?
I must not have heard him. I'm sorry.
All right.
So sinking then is caused where you have a high index of refraction at high elevation, and then it decreases as you go down.
Yeah, there's been some further research done on that, and it's not the case. I used to think the same thing for years, that it had to be the opposite conditions, but it's not. It's actually the same conditions. It's just less severe, and that's what they call sinking now.
Well, I'd love to see the citation on that.
Yeah, I think someone could pull it up. It's from Harvard and some of the other larger schools in academia. I honestly can't pull it up right now. But I'm just like you. I used to think it was the opposite conditions needed to occur, where you had this influx of temperature, higher, more dense air above or below, whichever one you're talking about. But it's not the case. It's just a less severe case of that, which causes the sinking effect, which totally changes the way I thought about things, right? Yeah. Because I've seen sinking, where I can post pictures of photos of boats that are less than 3 miles away that the foreground, which is water, appears to be obstructing the bottom of the boat. It can't be a physical earth curve or water. It has to be an optical effect, which we call sinking. So that causes a bottom up obstruction effect.
So Ricky, I asked for a citation. You said you didn't have one. That's fine. But then you just
I didn't say that.
I wasn't done.
Yeah, but you're misrepresenting. I said I couldn't post it right now.
You did. Do you have one?
Yeah, we do have one. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I mean, if it's not imminently coming into chat, you don't have one. So you don't have one, and all you did was reassert that your claim from before. That's fine. But it's pointless to reassert the same thing.
Okay, well, no matter what we can disagree on what causes it, but you do agree that sinking occurs, right?
Sinking can occur, and the conditions that cause it are as I described from everything I've seen.
Okay, and would that cause a bottom up where the foreground would appear higher than the background, which would cause a bottom up obstruction? That's why they call it sinking?
Yeah, consistent sinking would do that, yep.
Okay, so if you see a boat over water and it appears to have water obstructing it, that would be what they would call sinking. It's funny they call it sinking anyway.
Only if those actual conditions are present in the air. But
No
if
problem.
those conditions are not present and the bottom is still obstructed, then it certainly is not sinking.
Yeah, light has to bend upward. And the only way for it to bend upward is the atmosphere has to be denser going upward. And that's not the case in all these pictures of things over water. Sinking happens in the garages where they open a door out to the Arctic, Arctic wind. Not over the ocean where there's temperature inversion.
Over large bodies of water. I have photo evidence of this, no doubt. It can't be a physical like sphericity of the water causing the bottom up obstruction because the boat and the viewer are at a certain height and distance that it can't be unless we live on a very tiny earth. So sinking definitely is occurring.
I saw that picture, and we still don't have confirmation of how far that boat was away. And
sure, I do. You're just denying that. Now you're denying that sinking happened.
No, I'm denying that sinking will happen over cold water and warm air.
Oh yeah, never.
Well,
that's not going to happen.
But you don't know the conditions of the day. But you look at the picture, which obviously is sinking, and especially you can take the angular size of the boat, which Globers have, and tell you that it definitely is a boat that's closer than 3 or 4 miles, which you know it can't be Earth curve, and then know that sinking occurs in that bottom up obstruction. This is what it would look like.
It'd be nice if we had something in the picture. I mean, it's always nice to have some item that we know, like how far it is away or how large it is, so that we can actually kind of validate how far away the object actually is. But we don't have that, and I appreciate the photo, but I think you probably should find a couple more like that.
Well, I've tried. I go out all the time. It's very rare that I've gotten a sinking phenomena that close where you can know that it's not a physical blockage of Earth curve. It usually, I would say, happens at a longer distance. It just so happens that this day the conditions were as such where sinking occurred less than 3 miles away.
Well, it would have to be like a really warm body of water and a really cold air mass, and I don't think that day was like that. I mean, was it? I mean, do you know what the conditions were that day?
No, I just know that sinking occurred because it can't be physical blockage of water when it's only 3 miles away. It can be Earth curve.
Yeah, that's true. I would agree with you if there was 10 feet of that boat missing and it's only 3 miles away.
Yeah, so there's something else that's causing it.
That sinking occurs, it looks like bottom up obstruction.
Are you conceding that, Danik?
What was that?
Are you conceding that?
Well, I mean, yeah, it has to be something else. If it is 3 miles away, and if 18 feet of that boat is missing, then something else is causing that effect to occur.
Could I say
something?
something?
The optical effect caused by the conditions of the day. That's the very definition of a mirage, by the way. If you look up the definition of mirage, it's an optical illusion caused by the conditions of the day, of the atmosphere.
Well, most of those are really talking about anomalous type of shapes and orientations, like upside down boats and things.
That's a type of mirage, but that's not all mirages. And I'm not sure why McToon dipped out of this conversation just because I didn't provide a citation, which can be provided. Doesn't mean the citation doesn't exist. And it definitely doesn't mean, since we all agree that sinking does occur, that bottom up obstruction would look like sinking. Would McToon like to comment on that?
Oh yeah. So the conditions that would cause you have to invert everything and have the more dense air higher than lower. It's an unstable condition because the dense air wants to be lower and the less dense air wants to be higher. So they want to move around. So you get all sorts of other effects, waving effects, and kind of a mess of things that happen in the optical there. So
if we have a clear picture of a boat above the horizon and it's perfectly clear, then what happens to that claim?
A boat above the horizon. It sounds to me like you have some different layers of ducting and things like that. So
yeah, I would
that's
challenge
different.
you on that too, because the colder air is higher. Like warm air wants to rise, but in actuality, in the atmosphere, the colder air is higher, and the colder air is more dense.
That's not true. That's not true at all, actually.
We're talking about in the
colder
bottom.
air is more dense.
No, colder air is more dense generally, but no, air is never more dense as you go higher.
Well, I didn't say it was more dense as you go higher. I said colder air is higher, and that colder air is more dense.
No, those two things
you might
are
have less air.
Wouldn't it being less dense also due to being at less pressure?
Yeah, Jesse's right. And what I was going to say, Bracky, is this. The altitude, the density of air trumps the temperature as you go higher. You never have a 90-degree day or a 100-degree day at sea level that is as dense as 5,000 or 6,000 foot Lake Tahoe. Ever. Well, it can be 130 degrees. It'll never be less dense than the altitude.
In context, we were talking about turbulence, hot and cold air mixing. To be fair to McToon, that was his point. The turbulent air is causing these miraging effects, which I agree.
No, I didn't say turbulent air. Oh, turbulent air doesn't cause.
I can show some bridges that are 7 miles away from the viewer, which is me, where on one day the turbulent air is so turbulent that the bridge appears to curve towards the viewer and go underwater, which we know it doesn't, because you can literally put your camera down and go drive across a bridge and you're not underwater. So it's obviously the turbulent air causing this. So it's all about density. Whatever effects you think cause these optical effects, they're obviously happening, and it's not Earth curve. So would you agree, McToon, that sinking would cause an object in the background, like a shrimp boat, to appear to be obstructed by the foreground, which would be water, which would cause bottom-up obstruction?
Sinking doesn't cause that. The temperature conditions cause sinking.
Yeah, but you're missing my point. That effect, that appearance of the foreground being higher than the background, which would be sinking, would be the effect caused by the conditions of the day, which would give the appearance of bottom-up obstruction of that boat. Would you agree with that?
All right, I'll restate my position again. If the conditions are such that the index of refraction is high at higher elevation and low at lower elevation, that can cause sinking, and sinking can cause what you're talking about. But you would need to establish.
What am I talking about?
Hold on.
What am I talking about? Just to clarify, am I talking about the appearance of bottom-up obstruction?
Yeah, you didn't let me finish, dude. You got a little. I mean, I got called back for interrupting you.
Yeah, okay. Just answer the question though.
No, I already did.
Okay, I'll repeat the question.
You didn't. I already answered it.
Let's let MC Toon finish. Yeah,
you
Rocky,
refused to let me answer the question twice.
Hang on one second.
Hold on, Rocky. I would just have to ask again. Just please not to interrupt, man. Just give him his full time to speak.
All right. One more time. If you have a high index of refraction at high elevation and a low index of refraction at low elevation, that will cause sinking. Sinking can cause a distant object to be lower and therefore potentially blocked by something, but it will also cause the surface of the water to have the same effect applied to it, so it can mangle what you're looking at. The important thing, though, is that you confirm that sinking is happening because the conditions are happening. So you need to have some sort of way of knowing that that air condition is happening. And so just saying, well, it looks like sinking, therefore it is sinking, doesn't do it. I would need to see some sort of confirmation of the index of refraction being different like that. Okay.
Okay, fair enough. I agree with all that you said. Now let me repeat my question and see if we can get a more definite
I'm not giving you a third answer. I'm not giving it a third time.
Why are you cutting me off? Why are you cutting me off? So I had an earphone problem. I went and put my earphones back in so I can not cut you off. So we'll be fair from this point forward. I'll go on mute when I'm done. But my simple question, whether you choose to answer it or not, someone else can answer it. I don't really care. The effects, whatever conditions cause the effect of sinking, my question would be from that point forward, would that
be the appearance of bottom-up obstruction?
I'm not answering him because I already answered him and he didn't like the answer. So he's demanding that I
think what he
answer
was
him
going to
again.
say is that the index of refraction would have to be, there could be a sinking effect due to refraction, upward bending of light. But if the index of refraction and the temperature gradients are not such, then that's not really possible.
No, that's not my question. Maybe you can try and answer. So given any type of index, whatever you want to call it, temperature, variance, turbulence, whatever you want to say is causing the effect of sinking, would that optical effect of sinking appear to give the obstruction of bottom-up obstruction?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank
I don't
you.
think. Yeah, I don't think. However, I don't think I've ever seen a picture where that would be indicated or plausible.
So,
Except maybe
Zanuck, you're saying you don't need earth curve to have bottom up obstruction? Is that basically a summation?
yeah, if there's an extreme condition where you have like Arctic air and it's over hot springs or something, a big lake of hot springs. I don't know if that even exists in the world, but if there was really super cold, dense air above very, very warm road or something, you could have that kind of bending of light where it's bending upward into the denser medium, but it'd be very slight. I don't think it could create that dramatic of a angular deviation of position. And you could validate that by a large object. What the top of the object that you can see, is it in the position it should be for the distance away from you? That'd be one check. Or is the object distorted? Is its proportions distorted vertically or laterally? You could do some double checking to see, is this object, has it moved due to the bending of light going upward so that it's sinking downward?
Well, so why don't they tell us, like, in terms of the idea of bottom-up obstruction? Why is the kind of mainstream rhetoric to always say that that's earth curve? If you're saying that it's not always earth curve, sometimes it could be caused by other things. So shouldn't they say, well, bottom-up obstruction? Shouldn't they actually be more honest and say, well, sometimes it's earth curve and sometimes it's not? Like, why isn't that the case? Why do they just say it always is in the general mainstream? And we have to get to this level of detail because I don't think everyone will concede what you're conceding either, but some will.
I don't know. I think I answered the question accurately, saying that it could. But I don't think anyone's ever seen.
Yeah, Zanuck, the thing that's being missed is that, and Rakia missed it when I said it, because I don't think he was listening to my words. If those conditions were to happen, the surface of the water would also have that applied to it. So the surface of the water would also sink. So you would not have this dramatic bottom-up obstruction as he's describing. The water would sink as well. So no, you wouldn't still see this consistent blockage that we see when you're looking across water.
I'd like to comment on that. The foreground and background are affected differently on how we see. Perspective is always a part of it, so you can't rule out that. But perspective is also often overcome by the mirage and effects of the day. Like perspective, on certain conditions will appear one way, and on different conditions, those conditions overcome perspective. So this picture I just posted of a shrimp boat that's less than 4 miles away, it's actually less than 3 miles away, but I just give 4 miles so there's no discrepancy. That is the foreground appearing to ramp up and be higher than the background. The background appears to be sinking, which I don't think it's actually sinking. I think the background is actually where it actually is. It's just the foreground is ramping up. That is not earth curve. That's not a wave. That's not a shoal. That's an optical effect of how we saw on that day.
So how did you measure the distance to that boat?
Well, there's an oil rig that's less than 3 miles away from my position, which is in front of, and I'm also talking to the captain, which his name is Mr. Thibodeau, on the cell phone. He's given me a position from the beach from his radar, which was less than 3 miles. It's just hard to tell exactly, like to say it's 2.8 miles by radar because the beach isn't perfectly straight. and he doesn't know my exact position, but the beach is only 7 miles long. So where I am, he knows where I am in reference to a water tower, and he's telling me he's less than 3 miles from my position. I mean, there's no doubt. You can take 3 miles to 6 miles or to 8 miles. It doesn't matter. It's not Earth curve. It's obviously an optical effect. So I describe that as sinking. I could be wrong on that too, right? It might not be sinking, but whatever it is an optical effect.
Are the struts supposed to be straight? I see they're kind of curved where they meet the water.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. The what?
The booms up like the two booms that stick out. It looks like they're kind of curved and plump where they meet the water.
Yeah, I'm sure as closer you get to the surface where the air is more dense, you're looking through it, it's going to get have some effects on the size, shape, and color, just like it does the sun.
So
those effects
is it impossible
are
that the water was actually
due to downward
a fraction
refraction.
of a degree warmer than the air?
Yeah, maybe so. Warmer, colder, if the air is more dense, whatever's causing it, you're just agreeing that it's an optical effect. That's my whole point.
Well, we all know that you can take and let cold air in over your warm floor and get bottom-up obstruction across your kitchen floor.
Sure. But I wasn't letting air in this is over the Gulf of Mexico. I wasn't in control of the temperature or the density of the air or whatever was causing this effect. I'm just stating and proving that this is an effect that has caused bottom-up obstruction of this boat, which isn't Earth curve.
Or is confounded by something other than Earth curve. The fact
Sure.
the fact that there could be refraction causing more sinking doesn't mean that there's not also Earth curve contributing.
Yeah. That's my whole point. But it's not Earth curve blocking the bottom of this boat because the boat is too close and the viewer is too high, sir. So it is something other than Earth curve, which is my entire point.
So is this always the condition you see, or are there situations where you see way too much of the boat?
Yeah, no, this is a more of a rare occurrence. I go to the same position on the beach all the time, and this is the closest I've ever seen this effect. Like normally you can see the bottom of the boat. I'll post those pictures and the oil rig. You know what I'm saying? You can see where the legs meet the water. On this day, you couldn't see the oil rig at all. You understand what I'm saying? The oil rig was not there. And the water in the foreground was obstructing the bottom of the boat, which is what y'all call bottom-up obstruction. When I posted this picture several years ago, this was Earth curve. That's the only excuse that was given was Earth curve. Now you're conceding that it can be an optical effect? Well, hallelujah. It's about time.
Well, I think what you need on these kind of pictures is some type of reference. You need a value of the top of that boat. How tall is that whole structure? And is the water, is the horizon line, is that at level or is that below level? I mean, you don't have any information other than we just get, you think you know how far it is away. You saw it on your radar. Remember a story a couple of years ago, whatever it was. We have to validate this, and it'd be nice to have something to back it up with a reference point, a ship in between that you knew how far it was, or some other structure, the size of it.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about here. The boat is obviously in view, right? You can actually tell, and Glovers have taken this picture and done the angular size and confirmed that the boat is less than 3 miles away from the viewer. However they do that, I mean, I'm not smart enough to do that. But the whole point is that it's an optical.
There's nothing here to do that with.
No doubt.
Yeah, I don't know, but whatever. But I know for a fact. I mean, I don't really care. Like, you know what I'm saying? To prove to anyone else, you or anyone, like, this is what proves it for me. I was the one taking the picture and video. Like, I know how far I was above the water. I know how far Mr. Thibodeau was from the beach, like shrimping. I know how far the oil rig is.
This was taken from the beach?
Yeah.
And you were, 3 or 4 feet off the water, 5 feet off the water?
No, I was at least, I tell everyone that I was 6 feet, but I was at least 8 feet. I mean, I'm using a tripod, which is 4.5 feet above the beach, and then I'm up on the beach, so I'm above the water.
And
I'm not in the water. Like my camera's not, on the water.
and then that boat, how much of the boat is missing? 6 feet of the boat missing?
Oh no, it's way more than that. Those boats are big. I'll give you a reference like of a different day from the same position, basically, where you can see the bottom of the boat, which proves in itself that it's an optical effect. I don't know why we're even discussing whether this is an optical effect. There's no denying it.
Well, there is. I mean, you have no value. I mean, I hear your point. You have this is a great picture. We have to go on which you remember, and we're not going to say you're lying. I'm not going to ever accuse you of that. And it'd be very, very curious that if there was sinking, refraction, then there would be tremendous distortion of the structure above the water, several feet above the water. That little crossbar, like a roll bar thing. That's you have almost like a cat perch, and then things that are above it, and the nets themselves. They would be grossly distorted because this refraction would not be. It'd be at its maximum near the water, not up as you go higher, because air is denser as you go down, not as you go up. It's only going to be denser at a very, very narrow band near the surface. That's the only way that can happen. Oh, sorry, if it's warm, it's very, very warm. It'd be very warm. So just the opposite.
Yeah. I'll let the smart guys figure out why it happens. I'm just giving you evidence that it does happen. And this is bottom up obstruction of a shrimp boat that can't be earth curve. I don't care how you describe it. What the air is more dense. Yeah,
was
go
this
ahead.
Summer?
Man.
Was this
Go
summer,
ahead.
or was this a real warm, muggy summer day?
Honestly, like laying here right now, I don't remember. But it probably wasn't extreme cold. I mean, I'm in Louisiana. It's the Gulf of Mexico.
Isn't the water fairly warm, like in the summertime there?
It's always warm. Wintertime, summertime, the water at the beach doesn't change that much.
I got one weird quick question. Isn't everything we see optical?
Yes. But the effects thereof, how we see over distance on this particular day versus the other day that I posted a picture of, are drastically different. I can post pictures of Lake Pontchartrain where the bridge on a certain day, which was right after a storm where it seems like a lot of rain entered the lake, right? You get these effects where the bridge appears to curve where it actually doesn't. It curves towards the viewer, and it appears underwater, which I would dictate as a mirage. And then 6 days later, as I went home, I stopped at the same position and took a picture, and the bridge doesn't appear like that at all. So the conditions of the day is what changed the way we saw the bridge from 6 or 7 miles away.
Exactly.
And yeah, no, I agree with that. Not Earth curve.
So
I
if
noticed something on your
everything,
picture.
so if everything we see is optical, then obviously there's always going to be optical effects. No?
Sure. Yeah. Perspective is one of them. Perspective to me is another form of a mirage. It's putting things in positions that they're not actually in their actual position.
Stupid.
It's an apparent
Not at
position
all.
or how
That's-
we see over distance.
Perspective
Well,
is not
Rock, you have something to notice on your
optical.
picture that you posted at 02 after the hour. It looks like the water line from this viewer's perspective is almost near where the painted area of the boat meets the people where people can walk. And I don't know what the distance is between where that mast is and the water, but it looks like there could be waves that are somewhat close to you, and the waves in your field of view could be obscuring the bottom of the boat. Now this boat looks like it's pretty close. You may even admit it was pretty close. If it was 3 miles away, maybe those waves would cover much more of the boat. If they're almost up to the walking area of the side of that boat, below the
Well,
mast.
I would say there's always ways, but that's not what we're looking at here. You know that.
Well, hear me out. I'm looking at the picture you posted. That water looks like it's covering everything on the bottom of the boat up to maybe a couple feet or a few feet maybe before you get to the area where someone could actually walk on the boat. And if you're that close, none of that boat should be hidden. You should see the water line in line with the viewer to that boat.
Yeah. What my point is, on other days where there's similar waves, you can see the bottom of the boat. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can see it bobbing up and down. This is obstruction, right? This is visual obstruction where you can't zoom it back in. You can't wait for a wave to go up and down to see the bottom of the boat or whatever. This is a visual obstruction. This is
Well, I
an
mean, it'd be great if you
optical
could see
effect
that.
caused by the conditions of the day, just like I posted the bridge. That's not a wave making the bridge appear underwater. That's an optical effect.
What I'm saying is that it'd be nice if you could see this again, videotape it so we can see if if there are waves, they'll be cyclical, and this close-up picture looks like there's the water's a little choppy. You might have some waves in there that can obscure the bottom. And it's not, if it was a mile further or 2 miles further, I would have no problem saying that this wave that's covering the middle of that boat would easily cover the entire boat over another 3 miles.
Yeah, but see, like Terry just posted, that's a perfect example of optical effects as you go higher and lower. See, that's not waves. That's not a wave causing half the bridge, which in that extreme case right there is 60 feet above the water, that estuary that boats go under. And those buildings in the distance, that's the Marriott Hotel, is like hundreds of feet above the water. So obviously that's not a wave, that's an optical effect.
But that is being hidden by earth curve. You can actually see the curvature
That
of
is not earth
the
curve.
bridge. How could you?
No,
You can see the actual bridge curving.
yeah, but that's an optical effect. If you change, like on a different day, if you do the same thing, that would look differently. Ask me how I know.
I would like you to go to sea level, go to the sea level at some point, a couple feet off it, and show me that parking lot structure from this vantage point and see that you can see all of it. Or
Come
the
on,
picture
man!
I always
I've
bring.
posted video. I've posted video of a similar angle at a similar height that shows the bridge like straight. Like these effects, or I call it the Soundly angle, right? Where he pulls over on the side of the interstate, which I did a couple weeks ago and showed you that it wasn't curving. You know, that he doesn't show the other power line at a different angle, not curving, although.
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're saying it's earth curve, but you have no measurement of earth curve. But what we do have is video and proof that optical effects will occur due to the density. You're even telling me why it happens. The closer you go to the ground, where the air is more dense, you're going to get more wonky effects, right? The shrimp boat poles are going to be distorted. The bridge is going to be hidden. You know, the water's going to be up here higher in the foreground, which is going to obstruct the background, just like what Terry is posting. No different. Great job, Terry. Thank you. Yeah, many different optical effects occur when the conditions are different, and you lower and raise your altitude above the surface, which causes a layer of density change.
So if there's a bunch of different optical effects, how we look at things, how do we account for that? Do we do maybe measurements to figure it out?
Yeah, you would have to measure. If you're saying that water curves 180 feet over 20 miles or 24 miles, or at the 12-mile mark, it's 90 feet higher than each shoreline, you would have to physically measure that with first-order measurements, and no one has done that.
Hey, could I say
we
something?
know the optical effects happen because we can go on different days under different conditions from the same position with the same focal length and get a totally different view. Like I can show you from that state park, which is where that drone footage is taken, the hotel in the distance, which is the Marriott, actually appearing to float in the sky. We know the hotel doesn't float in the sky, right?
But if you wear glasses, everything you see is an optical effect, no?
Yeah, I don't know what point you're trying to make, man. You're agreeing with me that it is an optical effect and not earth curve. I agree with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Could I say something? So we all know that the water can be warmer or colder than the air, and we all know that the light curves towards the more dense region. So we all know that in reality, when the line of sight is close to the surface of the water, there can be lifting refraction or sinking refraction, depending on whether the air is colder or warmer than the water. But this does not explain how come when I have a line of sight thousands of feet above the surface and I shoot an angle to, say, a mountain 36 times under all different kinds of conditions, winter, summer, different years, different times of day, different days, why did every single one of them show at least 3,100 missing feet? None of them showed extra. None of them showed even, dead on. They all showed at least 3,100 missing feet. What condition could have possibly caused that 36 out of 36 times?
You increased your distance of view. I think distance is a huge factor too. Like if you have a thin layer of atmosphere that you're looking 10 feet through, and then you add 10 miles, then you're adding a different perspective, like of distance, because you're adding that, like, that layer of atmosphere, which is only 10 feet. You're adding thousands of feet that you're looking through.
So, are you saying that causes the light to take a non-straight path consistently and reliably that caused me to measure that missing 3,100 feet?
Yeah, I think that's why we see sunsets persistent over distance, especially over water, appear to have that bottom up obstruction on most days. But the point that is made is that not every day does the sun set like that. On different days, under different conditions, the sun appears a different shape, a different color, and doesn't set at all like that. It actually fades out. I mean, I don't know what to say. Under normal conditions or the most standard conditions, how light travels back to the viewer, whether it's direct light or reflected light, is actually different also. But direct light, which would be like the sun, direct light, like coming from the sun, gives you that bottom up obstruction setting appearance on, I would say, 9% of the days or even more. But that doesn't mean it's a physical Earth curve. It just means that on most days, that's what it looks like.
But if the atmosphere is predominantly greater density at lower elevations due to increased pressure, and the line of sight is thousands of feet from the surface so that it's not being affected by that temperature difference created by the surface, then what consistent every single time condition would cause light to curve downward in order to cause it to curve upward in order to cause the apparent sinking?
I don't know. If you have that question, you need to figure that out on your own. But when you're looking at, if you're at 10,000 feet and you're looking at an object that's also at 10,000 feet, you're not looking through different layers of atmosphere.
So what would possibly cause it to appear dropped down, just like the globe model predicts?
I don't know. You need to try and figure that out. Because what you can't do is measure that physical curve. We know optical effects occur. Like, there's no doubt. Everyone would have to agree that these optical effects, looming, sinking, towering, whatever you want to give these examples of, all types of mirages happen at short distance, like, less than 3 miles.
We're wondering what is causing it.
Yeah, conditions of the day.
Yeah,
The
what
very
actual
definition of
what actual physical physics is happening.
You got it cited there. I'll go on mute when I'm done. The actual very definition that I can post right now.
You'll never be done.
This is what you do.
You've been talking nonstop here. I've been silent for a long time, and you just won't shut up.
No problem. I'll go on mute. Since you put me, I'll let you go.
Thank you. Got it. Finally. All right. Lots of claims there from him, but no actual empirical evidence and no physics explaining what would happen to these things. Jesse has a great question, and it was just optical effects was the only answer. So thank you for not having an answer.
And the follow-up...
How is that not an answer?
The follow-up to my question is, do we have any known testable reason that the mountain should appear drop down 36 out of 36 times? Or just that there must be a reason because we know Earth is flat, and there must be a reason because Earth is flat, and that's what we see?
No, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth at this point. It has to do with the way you see things in a distance. and the way these optical phenomena and optical observations, like this is just the way we see things. It has nothing to do with the
I'm
ship
sorry.
grift at this point.
I'm not interested in your religion. Do you have any evidence for it?
How can I test this on a scale model? That's what
Religion.
Hey, why not use crypto? Why don't we use a simple example like I had the mountains? I mean, mountain always in Portland, that park above Portland, which I've been to many times. When you look at Mount St. Helens, which is 7,000 feet ish, 8,000 feet ish, you look at Mount Rainier, twice as far away at 14,000 feet. Mount Rainier fall, raining, snowing. It's all, if you can see it, it's always lower. But due to the way we see things, hold on, can I just finish the sentence, please? The way we see things, due to perspective, would be those mountains should be in line. If Mount St. Helens is 7,000 and Mount Rainier is 14,000, roughly twice as large, and is twice as far away, in perspective, trigonometry, basic geometry, it should be directly in line. But Mount Rainier is below. The top of Mount Rainier is below the snow line of Mount St. Helens. It's that far down.
Do you want to see how a beer bottle can be higher than a 1 foot 2x4 in the distance? Do you want to see that? Do you want me to prove that to you?
So you clearly don't understand how perspective works, I guess, by saying that.
No,
because if you're in,
you don't understand.
No, I do. I know you can make yourself.
I'm telling you, if I took a photo, right, of a beer bottle in front of my camera, and then took a 1 foot 2x4 in the distance, it's going to be shorter than the fucking bottle in our perspective.
Oh yeah.
Do you want me to show you that?
There's that
I could do
same
it right
weird
now.
thing.
I know
about
your
the
error, and I
audio.
can tell you what the error is right off the bat. You have to agree, anything at eye level will always be at eye level, no matter how far it is from you. This could be in a desert. This could be. So if you're showing me a 2x4 that is taller than the beer bottle, then you're going to be showing me something where the 2x4 is below it, or you're viewing it above it. Show me. You're viewing it from below the beer bottle.
I'm talking about
if you're below level. If your top of the beer bottle is below your level, yes, the 2x4 could be below you in a distance away from you. It's all about the angles. It's all about how far something is and where it is. You're not going to listen, so you're just going to keep on talking over me.
You don't get it.
Do you think
that I do get it? There's a classic picture. The guy thought he had a gotcha of a little dragon and some people walking and some mountains in Bonneville Salt Flats. The reason he was so confused because he didn't know where the level line was, where the camera really was. It was at like 6 inches, and it was even with the top of the little model's head or the dragon's head, and in the distance, way out in the mountains, would be at the base of that level would be at the base of that mountain. That'd be the straight line. Everything is always going to be in line with level. So if you're at 3 inches, everything at 3 inches will be on that same line.
Yeah, you don't have to teach us, man.
Except
but to
for
say that
Earth curve where it will be below her.
But to say that perspective alone, like no one says.
All right. Rekia came back in. Rekia is the guy that would not shut the hell up. He is full of himself, and then he gets butthurt if anybody talks over him a little bit. Yeah, dude, you went nonstop for 10 minutes and all he did was reassert the same thing. And Apocryphon, the other guy, is also reasserting the same thing. He seems to think that everything will appear lower with distance. But Geo, the guy that owns the server, was actually contradicting him. Good on Geo. Because he posted that picture of the dock where things were ramping up. Because you're above the posts on the dock and the posts appear to come up, right? Pure perspective without optical effects. He kept calling perspective. They love to call perspective an optical effect. It's not. It does not bend light. It makes things in the distance appear smaller. That's basically all that perspective does. Everything from that can be calculated. What's going to happen? So perspective causes things below you to come up and things above you to come down. That's what happens. So those street lights, they will appear to come down if they're above you. If you're on the same level as those street lights, They will be the same all the way. They will never, it's purely just perspective. Now, if you add in the normal conditions of air, things will ramp up slightly. And they really did love that exception. I don't know what's really happening in that picture. Let's imagine for a second that it was just an optical effect that's causing the bottom-up obstruction. Okay, good. You found an outlier. That's all you've done. You found an outlier. That's not evidence that it is always the case. That's the problem, because he needs it to always be the case. And those conditions are quite rare, right? In order for that to happen, you have to have warm water, cold air above it. That's what you need. And they tried to say you don't need that. You need just a different change, right? I don't know if you got that. The normal condition is cold water, cold air above the water, slowly getting warmer. And that will cause downward refraction, which causes different distant objects to appear higher. They were trying to claim that the actual position of scientists, maybe this is a case. He gave 2 citations. I'll be quite surprised if this is the case, but they're saying that it instead of being a variation from high index of refraction to low index of refraction, that it just needs to be a less than normal variation. I don't know what the crap that's about. Albino bad guy, you can still ask me a question here. So, all right, I got a couple super chats to read. Mike over IP says Geo is unhinged. I love telling him how wrong he is. I tell you, Geo was pretty stinking decent in there. He's been a turd, but today he was not. So, PhD Tony says the angle of elevation of celestial objects changes by 0.000157 radians per kilometer. That's 1 divided by 6,371.2. The mathematical definition of curvature. Yeah. And they're like, oh, it's the optical effect. Which optical effect? Well, whichever one I really need it to be for it to keep flat. Right? And that's why I was bringing up... hold on. This here. Right? So there's the conclusion is flat, and then they only accept supporting evidence. So they're out there looking for it. They're like, oh, we found one outlier. Found it or not, don't know. But they say they found one outlier. Okay, cool. You need to establish that that is the default position. That is the case that's always happening. Right? Go get the measurements for that. Nope. They don't want to do that. So, super guys. Of course you don't. All right. We got Bleeding's Gauge. Bleeding's UGE. Bleeding's UGE. $1 or £5 super chat with no message. Thank you very much, Bleedings. I hope you get better. First super chat too. And Lisa, first super chat from Lisa for $20. Thank you. The super generous. Thank you so much, MC Toon, for debating the flurfs. I've learned a great deal from your videos. Please keep up the good work fighting misinformation. Cheers. Well, thank you very much, Lisa. I appreciate that. Aaron Reese says it took me 15 minutes to find out the geodetic theodolites used for first order work are more accurate than the ones used by his surveyors. No kidding. Yeah, so he really wanted to die on that hill of there's a specific method for doing differential leveling. I'm not going to get into it right now, but differential leveling is you limit, and I asked him and he didn't want to answer. You limit the length, because the longer you go, the more variation you can get. They're typically for second and third order leveling. They typically use an auto level, not a theodolite. A theodolite is what they use for first order leveling. And so you have a foresight and a backsight, and the distance needs to be the same. And the reason why the distance needs to be the same is because both curvature and refraction bend, effectively make it, lower, right? The distant object appear higher, but the line of sight due to refraction, the actual line that the light takes, comes from lower. So anyway, the point is, if you aim one direction and then you aim the other direction, and one side you numerically add the number that you read off of the pole, the rod, the measuring rod, and the other direction you subtract the amount, you have one add, one subtract. So any curvature and any refraction get both added and subtracted, canceling them out. So if you have non-equal foresight and backsight, then you have a different amount of curvature refraction one direction than the other direction. So that's why it's important to have them be the same direction. And so when he was saying 300 feet is long, yep, 300 feet is long for different types of different orders of leveling. So I was throwing out first, second, third order. It's about the precision. First order leveling, I don't know the exact numbers. Maybe David Brock is still here and he can quote them. But first order leveling is very precise. Second is less. Third is less. And so you can go maybe 300 feet foresight, backsight in third order leveling. Anyway, he didn't answer that. So that the reason why you do that is clear. So they spent all that time, all of that effort. I brought up one topic, reciprocal zenith angles. One topic. And the normal case is that reciprocal zenith angles will cause distant objects to appear higher. That's the normal case. And what kind of condition can happen for it to appear lower? Sinking, right? And he didn't like it. They did just refuse to answer the question. What are the conditions that'll cause that? And I answered it. He didn't want to hear it. Is a varying index of refraction that matches a very specific condition, right? Higher index of refraction up high. So let me bring up one more time this. There you go. So this is the chart of the reciprocal zenith angles from the transcontinental triangulation and the American arc of the parallel. And this line here shows them. So if they're like, their claim was that some days it'll be one direction, some days it'll be another direction. But look at this. This isn't, well, and this is important. None of them are below that line. You see that line there across the bottom? If it is, this would, if the Earth were flat, this could only be caused by sinking refraction. But look how consistent that is. Why is it so consistent? Sinking, we know, is an unstable condition. It's rare. It doesn't happen often. It can't be stable. So I don't know. This is RZA, reciprocal zenith angle. Showing the. Oh no! I'm sorry. Hold on a second. This is not interior angle axis. Hold on. No. I go back. I think this is. I don't know. You got me off on the wrong track there. This is, you can look at this yourself. It's in mctoon.net/SE. There's a spreadsheet in there. You can look at this on your own. I'll bring it up right now. I'll bring up, this is a screenshot, but I'll bring up the actual document. So it's a Google Doc, a document. So let's see here. So here's the chart. This is the This chart, this shows the linear relationships between the amount of excess and the distance of the measurement. This is expected. The more distance, the more excess there should be. This shows the measurements correlate to a spherical object. Angles measured to more than 180 degrees, which does not occur on a flat plane. All right. And then, yeah, here, this is reciprocal zenith angle examples here. So, yeah, this is RZA here. The here's the spherical excess right there. There's the chart of spherical excess. So all the triangles that are in the book were typed in manually by some amazing volunteers, and we have let's see here. It's loading slowly because this is all coming off the network. So latitudes. Here you go. These are the different triangles in the book, and so these are the first ones. 1-1 on page 62, and then when we scroll down, we get to page 610 where we have these different triangles, and some of them get to be a rather large spherical excess here, getting 120 arc seconds, so about 2 minutes. So yeah, the word excess is misleading. Excess is usually used for spherical excess for triangles instead of the excess for RZAs. So yeah, you're right. That is a little misleading. So all right. Zigma123 says, congratulations on your 21,000 subscriber milestone. Thank you very much for that, Zigma. Scott Rogers says, congrats on the latest milestone. Flat Earth is one of my favorite guilty pleasures, and you are the best at what you do out there. Well, thank you very much. That's a high compliment. I try to do my best, and for somebody to think that I'm up there, that means a lot. My favorite is Conspiracy Cats. He doesn't do Flat Earth stuff anymore, but his debates were the best. He did just a couple, but I did love them. Binge Thinker for $20 says, Tuesday is always the best day. Congrats on 21K. Thank you very much. Eclipse Chris says, 7 hours later, tune's still going. Morning all. Yep. It's, holy cow, it's almost 1:30. I've been having fun. I did not know it was almost 1:30. Albino Bad Geist is always fun when I get to catch you live. Thank you, Albino. Merrick Zions says, just saying good morning. Good morning to you, Merrick. Manowar says, congrats on 21,000 tune. Thanks for the great entertainment. Got to start work since it's morning on the other side of the globe. Funny that. Have a great Tunes Day, everyone. Praise Titicaca. And then the live long and prosper. And then Eclipse Chris says, for £2, what Manowar said. Well, thank you very much, everybody. This has been fun. I've enjoyed the celebration of just kind of having nothing in particular planned, dropping into a couple Discord servers, listening to them do what they do best. Absolutely grasp at every straw to deny anything that might contradict their pre-selected conclusion. Got a couple more. My Mom Bakes Cakes says, congrats, MC Tune on 21. Perhaps one day we will see evidence for the flat earth, but I'm not holding my breath. Of course we won't. Of course we won't. It really is this simple. The sun couldn't set, right? I should have said that. I should have, because I went with, reciprocal zenith angle is something that a normal person that understands, normal interactions is like, oh yeah, that's a thing. Oh, got it. But somebody that's desperate to deny any evidence possible will look at reciprocal zenith angles, and rather than say, oh well, a flat earther should say, I want evidence that the earth is flat. No, they don't. They just want to poke holes in globe evidence, and they think then if they've poked holes or tried to poke holes that then they won somehow. Of course, that is not the case. You think about that. All day long, these derplings sit there in that server. You go to Earth Awakening server, it's the same people all day. All day. None of them work. None of them have jobs. They sit there and they just train each other on how to not have flat Earth evidence. They don't. They have nothing. They never have any flat Earth evidence, right? If the Earth were flat, then reciprocal zenith angles would somehow net flat, right? They would sum to, in the normal case, 180 degrees, or less, because with the normal case, refraction causes distant objects to appear higher. That's normal conditions. If they really wanted to press that it's possible, there is possible to be an outlier, that something might be obstructed bottom up, that somehow sinking could happen. Okay, is it possible? Yeah, those things are possible, but that's not the case. That is normal. That's the exception to the rule. You need it to be the normal case. You need to go get some measurements showing that it is the case. Go measure the vertical temperature gradient somewhere, right? Go somewhere, see bottom up obstruction, measure the vertical temperature gradient, right? Not easy to do, but there's a few things you can do. You can measure the temperature of the water and measure the temperature of the air. Well, if the water's warm and the air is cold, then you could make a case. If the water's cold and the air is warm, well, it's not the case. So, Barry F. has a super chat that says, Kapla. I don't know what that means. I'm going to Google that quick here. What does all right. Oh, it's Klingon. Meaning success or good luck. Well, thank you, Barry F. I should have known that. I stated mea culpa here. Penance, my Star Trek penance. I have stated that I do prefer Star Trek over Star Wars, and I'm sorry. So sorry. Icy Spin, the sun rising, falling, and setting is simply an optical effect. In reality, the sun never changes position. That is Lindsay's claim. Ion says it's great when you ask them to show how to determine the sunset time. Yeah, I love that they never. It's the end. It's the end. Rick says YouTube lost my super chat. They still think black swans disprove white swans. True. That is totally what they think. Icy Spin says, wouldn't the sun appear to follow a straight path in the sky if the earth were flat? No. The sun would appear to do ellipses in the sky. Hold on. I think I have that. That's not it there. That's not it there. I have a nope. That's not it. That's not come on. All right, hold on. I might have it. That's not it. All right. I might have to dig deeper. Hold on. I've lost my Earl Grey privileges, says Aaron Reese. Oh, so sorry. How did I do that? All right, I can find it. It's from Janish. Janish. Where'd it go? And he's probably at work right now because it's sun up where he lives, even though it's sun down here. Janusz is his name, not Janish. Where? I have so many. Man. There it is. All right. I'm on it. I'm getting close. There we go. All right. I got it. I got it. So here is a flat Earth prediction for what you should see. Or, well, I'll start with here. Start with in Antarctica. So there it's doing an ellipse. You see that? That's an ellipse. That's not, so it's doing a circle over the dirt pizza, but from this perspective, it's an ellipse. Yeah, so we can see there's the circle, and that post there is right now in Minnesota. Let's go into Minnesota here. So in Minnesota, it would, I can't quite control the cursor enough, right? It would do a circle around you on flat Earth, right? Constantly circling around you. But, we don't see that. So yeah, anywhere outside the current circle, you'd see it doing these ellipses like this, right? Yeah, thanks to, now he asked me not to give this out. I won't give out the link to it. So now this is, and so he has this, I asked him to do this for Antarctica. See that? And you see the shadow moving around there, but now you can move position to, let's go to 45, and then I'm around -93. And so here is going around the Tropic of Capricorn. This is Minnesota. So now how high is the sun? Flat earthers have no clue. But this is what it should look like. Local solar midnight. And here comes local solar noon on the, this is in December. So this, according to Flat Earth, it should never go down. But in reality, it does set. So you can change, this is pretty cool. You can add in the globe sun. So this is the path the globe sun would have to take. Or this, it's not the globe sun. This is the path the sun would have to take in order to match observations. So you can't see it right now. It's down there. It's below the dirt pizza. So this is the path the sun would have to take right there in order for observations on December 21st to work for flat Earth in Minnesota. Right? I can confirm the sun is not up right now. So we can change it to from 07 3 2024. So here is the necessary sun path. So here it is. This is where it is right now, about underneath the flat Earth. Hi, sun. All right, it's the sunrise. There it is. Doesn't work. Something's wrong. Weird that, isn't it? Okay. You'd like to see that from the perspective of Cape Horn. Yes, I will bring this up in a debate. Yep. Yeah. And there's another one. There's a couple more sun observations that I've kind of been collecting. So I'll get them together and show them in a debate. But anyway, people, thank you so much. This has been great. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm probably going to, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make this automatically hide to unlisted. Where is it? Where is it at? No, that's not it. I'm going to have this automatically unlist for a day or two, and then I'll put it back up. But I'm not seeing it here. Oh, it's in this one. I know why. There it is. Unlist. So it will unlist as soon as I finish. But it'll come back up. So yep. All right. Thanks everybody. We will I might do another this week reviewing Lindsay, the goofball from New Zealand who was on Jaren's last week. I might review his video at his good video. The one he did on Jaren was pretty poorly produced. So anyway, we'll see ya. Here we go.
MC Tune, drop that beat.
All right, let it flow. Let yourself go. So I know that is the tempo.
So yeah, let's do this.
Let's do this. Yo, it's MC Toon, the debunking tycoon. I shatter flat earthers, make them face the moon. Your attempts are decent, but they'll swoon in the face of my logic like a deflated balloon.
Oh, MC Toon, the one to soon cartoons. Unreal states send it to their dooms. Your theories are like old brews, sweeping ignorance or just spreading the views.
FDFE stands for fumbling the facts, evidently. I drop truth bombs so splendidly. Your approach is soft, mine's unrelenting. I bring the science while you're just venting.
MC Toon, the flipping with silver spoons. I tackle pseudoscience to make them change their tune. You're the sidekick, I'm the room. When it comes to debunking, I'm the room.
But hey, FTFE, we share the creed to educate and debunk the plant the seed. Though in this rap, it's clear indeed I've got the upper hand than word and deed. All right, hold on a second. The Zoom call died. Everything died. No.